That music
Hey,
says a
what's
lot.
going on, y'all?
Hey.
What's going on, Diamond Gang?
Hey, Diamond.
Not much, y'all.
Y'all hit that like button. We beat you, Band-Aid Gang. Let's go. That music is just like so suspicious, like we just solve all type of problems, like we just break cases and stuff. Band-Aid Gang, let's go. Now spam that like button, double tap the screen. Y'all know when it comes to solving cases. Hold on, Band-Aid Gang. Let's go. You been making me extra kids, man.
Go ahead.
You still go live while we doing that? Oh yeah, y'all hit that like button, y'all. We're right here. We're letting the room fill up. I want to thank everybody, all the supporters for coming through, watching this channel. Believing that we bring you the best information when it comes to the Nola Well investigation. I couldn't do it alone without Dr. Eve Diamond, Real Angel, Old Band-Aid Gang, September Virgo, all my mods, everybody that send me information when it comes to the Nola Well case. Therefore, we can stay on top of everything like we're supposed to. So we thank all the supporters, everybody that donated to the channel, just everybody that's been believing in us. We've been trying to bring you guys the best information when it comes to for this investigation. Sorry about that. Y'all hit that like button, double tap the screen. If you're on the vertical side, double tap the screen. I will be putting the link in the chat. You're watching We Beat You, aka Band-Aid Gang, BAG, Band-Aid Gang, Band Gang. Y'all get up here. We got another exclusive live. I told y'all that I was going to break the code. I told y'all that I was going to break the code, gang. I told you I was going to break the code. So everybody will be here tonight to be able to peep that out. Me and Diamond Gang, we about to take off. We got this hashtag up right. All right, we about to get right into it, y'all. Band-Aid Gang. We beat you. Get ready to get this live started. Let's go. I think we about to go ahead and shock the algorithms. What's going on, Diamond Gang? What's going on, chat? What's going on, Band-Aid Gang, BAG Bad Gang? We right here. We do got the link in the chat. Diamond, so what you been feeling? What's going on, man? What's going on? We came to break another code like we always do. Turn the AC. I think we got them, everybody. I think we have something for the world. So, to see that we got Warren in the clutch again. And it seems like Diamond Gang, no one covers what we cover, how we cover it. You notice that? They always miss it. And then when we say it, it hits the algorithm. Then they start talking about it after we say it. You notice that?
I do.
It's like, I hope they, and it seems like these people are trying to counteract off of what we bring to the forefront. So, you know, it is. What's going on, gang? Okay, we got Chef Jerm up in here. What's up, gang? That like button, man. We got an exclusive. I told you I promised everybody that I was going to find out something, and I did. I really did. I really found out something. It's going to be towards the end of this video. We got 26 people in the building. Hit the like button, double tap the screen. So let's go ahead and dive into this time again. Let's go.
Judge's house now. You said y'all are en route to the judge's house or from the judge's house? En route to the judge's house. Destined for I keyed up on you. Appreciate it.
You see how they just call her the judge, like Band-Aid Gang. The judge. We on our way to the judge's house, gang. They on their way to the judge's house, gang. These people got so much pull. They don't call it. They go on their way to the judge's house. Look at the connection, y'all. Let's go.
10-4.
32, finish up with whatever you got and get down here.
Currently dealing with a potential missing person.
Do you have all the information from this 1050?
10-4.
1024, 108, and me J2.
10-4.
Two guys in front of guy on the sand are fighting out in the water.
Uh-oh. There it is. There it is, Band-Aid Gang. Now, this is a little piece that I want everybody to see and pay attention because you know that I track. So over to the right, you see in the water, you got two men fighting. And I can't make this up. The skin is dark. What do you think, Diamond Gang? I think that is Nolan. And I'm going to tell you guys, everybody's got the wrong picture. Allegedly. Pay attention to the water. Now, we know who went back to the water, right? Warren's brother. I think the fight happened between Warren's brother. That's right. Chef, you can see both of the legs go up, gang. Look at the skin tone. Everybody look, y'all. Pay attention to the skin tone in the water. That tells a lot. Look at the hair. Look at the hair. Look at the water. Look at the hair. There's no doubt that this is Nolan. So I truly believe that the fight happened with Warren's brother. Now, the reason, now track what I'm saying, gang. I'm gonna put y'all on something tonight. Y'all know how I do it. I believe the reason why Bart is staying out of the picture because they want him to be a pro athlete, and also they probably use his boat to put Nolan's body on. Now, that's alleged. Everybody's saying Bart has something to do with it. I don't really think Bart had nothing to do with it, but being an accessory to a crime because they tried to hide it. That's what I believe. I believe they used Bart's boat to tow it. Shell, put a one in the chat if you kind of agree. I believe that this happened with Warren's brother. Hit the like button, y'all. I got my opinion. Everybody got their own opinions, but I do think Bart is someone they're trying to hide because he's an athlete. But I'm also going to break the code for you guys tonight. I just got 120 people in here. Please double tap the screen. Y'all know how I do it. I give you an exclusive, and I bring it to you raw. So let's go ahead and continue to track. Hold on, let me ask Diamond Gang. What do you think, Diamond Gang? Do you think it was Warren's brother?
I do. And then I also look very much at Warren and his demeanor and how he keeps switching up his stories.
Right. I think Warren's in it, Band-Aid Gang chat, to cover up for his brother. And remind you, and it's what's going to be tripped out is what y'all going to see in this live, how I laid this whole format down for everybody so you can understand. I built this. So we building, y'all. We're not tearing anything down. Like Chef said, look, y'all, you see him in the water. Look.
Two guys in front of guy on the sand are fighting out in the water. Now,
so as it passed, look, Diamond Gang, as it passes, hold on, gang. Mute that. What's going on, sir?
Go ahead, Diamond. Hold it down for us real quick.
Somebody to fix my hairline.
Okay. You have an ETA for that, or?
So as you can tell, you guys, you can tell that this looks suspicious. A lot of people weren't even paying attention to the people that were in the water. But now if you look at the water, you can tell that there was a fight. We need to know who those people were that were fighting.
Diamond, y'all hold it down real quick, okay? You and Kaisha, how you doing?
No, when I was
Hey, Kaisha girl. Hello? Kaisha? All right, give us a moment, y'all. We'll be right back.
Oh, go ahead and talk, Diamond. Finish talking. I'm going to play the intro in the background.
Hello.
Hey, what's going on, girl? Kalisha, how you doing? Good. So give me your thoughts on this video.
I haven't fully been able to look at it. I was trying to get. That's why I said I hoped y'all was gonna start earlier. Then I got a message saying it was gonna be tomorrow or something like that. But I'm trying to get ready for work and do this. So can you give me a quick summary of the so-called video?
Yeah, we all kind of doing something real quick right now. So let's go and give ourselves a little intermission of maybe about 5 or 10 minutes, you guys. Go ahead and if you have any details or research, go ahead and put in the comments of anything that you have found out about this case that is new that we need to be aware of. And we'll be back shortly.
Yep. So we're gonna play the intro till Dove come back real quick.
I got a question for y'all while I'm still trying to get ready.
Oh, go ahead. Y'all chop it up. You and Diamond chop it up real quick.
All right, so I don't know what this person is, and it's not my own research, but it's like, you know, people, I've been like other people watching a lot of different stuff, you know, and this one lady, I commented on her thing because she was like, Jax had the keys in the phone, and I'm like, Jackson had a phone, and then she was talking about how, yeah, he did, and I'm like, but she ended up stating is how everything ended up at Jackson's house, because I'm like, no, Warren or Wyatt had the phone. Woo.
Okay, hold on. Talisa,
Huh?
We're gonna talk about that later on because
What she say? Hold on, Diamond. What she say, Felicia? What you say,
we were
girl?
talking about the phone.
Felicia, what you say?
Well, it's a little bit more than about the phone. It started with that. I don't too much, and I don't know if she's supposed to be like them people that do cards. I don't know, because it wasn't. I didn't watch her actual thing. It was a comment I seen someone on something else. And she mentioned something about some spiritual stuff, whatever. But she and the same first time I heard this about the whole ritual thing, and she said it went down at Jax's house.
So was this a witness that stated this?
Nah, this one, it was somebody in the comments. Suppose this. I'm saying I made a comment about, because she made a comment about Jax had the phone, and I'm like, he did not have the phone. It ended up at his house, is what we both ended up agreeing to, which I already knew that, but she was putting, I'm like, no, Warren brought it there, blah, blah, but she was saying how, because she also said he had the keys. I'm like, no, the keys was left at the house, but he never took the keys to the island. I don't know if she's saying that the keys was on the island, but she's saying that he was killed on the 4th. I said, I don't know if she's supposed to be some type of spiritual person. She mentioned something about spiritual stuff, but she said that they took his keys from him so he couldn't leave. I'm like, leave when? Because it had never officially been confirmed that he was unalive on an island or on land, and she's saying that it happened on land on the 4th at Jax's house.
Okay, well, you, what's up, gang? You go there,
so that would explain the reason why.
Well, I'm saying, I'm asking if y'all like know any, because I know y'all probably know a lot of stuff y'all doing research. I'm technically the typical person that sees some stuff I'm reading. So I was saying, I know you probably got a lot of stuff you haven't even released yet type stuff. Does this tie into anything that you already know? Because I said, I've already heard about ritual stuff possibly. And she said that's why the medical examiner also didn't send his stuff.
Now that's why I say the case got a lot of twists and turns. Now, when you go to what we're seeing here on the beach, now we would have to actually say, and we want to be kind of accurate, we would have to actually say that all of these people on this island, including if Javon was there, including if there were other melanated people there, that they would be down with the ritual. If that was it, so that would mean, so we have to tread lightly and be careful when we say that. Not saying that it's not, because people, it's strange people out here, but the way we're seeing it now is that. Give me 1 second. 1 second. Go ahead, hold it down, Diamond.
All right, so I heard what you said about this. It might be a ritual that was done, and he might have been unalived, allegedly, on land instead of on the boat. That could very well be the case. But what I'm curious to know is, has anybody on here ever listened to any of the mediums on YouTube or TikTok that
Yep.
has talked about this case?
Our mediums consider the people that do tarot cards. Are you talking about all of them
Yeah.
people? Or,
Yeah,
Yep.
have you guys been paying attention to what they have been saying?
I haven't recently watched any, but I did see some in the beginning of the case. They was talking about Nolan was supposedly messing with somebody's mama. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've heard a lot of different things with mediums, and then some of the stuff they kind of mentioned is kind of coming back around. But
Well, when you seen that interview, right? When you seen the interview that just recently happened with the boy sitting down with Officer Tatum, did you see how Warren was looking, his facial expressions, how he's lost weight in his face already? What do you think about that?
Besides, like, either he knows something or he did something. I don't.
But in the
it's
CISO
stress.
call, they were saying something about Bart. They didn't say anything about Warren. They said something about Bart. So what part did Warren play in this situation?
That's what I'm trying to figure out as well. I mean, I asked the person that because I told them I wasn't talking about it no more. We was going back and forth. I said, I'm trying to get ready for work. And I'm just like, then when she put that, I said, okay, so I heard this before, but I've never heard supposedly specifically at Jax's house. And I said, then what is Bart's involvement is what I want to know. I'm thinking, even before she said this, I'm thinking that, let's say, because what I have heard in the past from somebody was that something about Nolan was in the water trying to get to the boat, and they was effing around with him. Like, they kept moving the boat further away, and he had to keep swimming or something like that. So it could have been something like that as well, and something happened, and that could have been Bart playing that game. It could have started with him, but I don't know. But he also could have just be being a scapegoat, like they trying to put it off on Javon as well.
So if you look at the Titan boat has enough space in it, enough storage space to actually hide a body. Am I correct?
Yes.
Right. And a lot of people don't know that the storage that they have in these Titan boats is really a lot of space in there for fish. So I think that people need to look also into that as well. But I have been paying attention to some of these mediums and what they have said. I have heard numerous of different of outcomes that they have said about Nolan. But just listening to what they have said about this case, you can take it with a grain of salt. You can say, yeah, they're telling the truth, or maybe they're not. But right now, it's so many different people trying to tune into this case. We really don't know what really happened, and we're trying to come to the conclusion of this, trying to build more onto this case to figure out the who is all involved. Did he pass away at what time? Around what time? Because the time frame, the times are all off. We need to find out what's going on as far as other players in this situation, other than the ones that are coming forward with their attorneys.
And I did see that supposedly one of the medium people said that he was still alive on the boat. So he was on that boat, but he was still alive, which means he could have been, brought back for whatever the ritual was. And, but.
All right. What's up, Dr. E?
I'm going to mute myself now and just listen to y'all.
No, it's okay.
What's
up, Dr. E?
Going?
So we're going over a few things on this case so far. We're talking about this video that surfaced on showing these boys fighting in the water. A lot of people did not point this out or did not see it because it happened so fast in the video, but you could clearly see there was a scuffle in the water.
Oh, well, who was that? Who was that fighting in the water? Was that Nolan?
It could be. I mean, I wish somebody can maybe enhance it.
All right, I did a little bit. I did a little bit, but let's go ahead and look at that. Let's see. Let's see what I did. I did put it in slow motion, but clearly you can see that this is a melanated person in the water, y'all. You can clearly see that. So let's go ahead and play.
The sand are fighting out in the water.
Right there. That's where the fight is. So everybody look over to the left corner. I didn't catch that part as fast enough. Hey, what's going on, AB? How you doing? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. Can I get a mic check? AB, are you there? Can we hear you? Okay, AB, we can't hear AB. So, right here to the far left, y'all see that. Dr. E, chat, put a 1 in the chat if that looks like a melanated person with a head full of hair. I said, damn.
Yeah, it does. Does look like that at lower left to the left right there, right in front
left.
of
lower left. So I think that Bart did not want to get involved. I think it was totally low-key a fight that turned into an unaliving. And they covered up. And they all covered it up. That's just my guess. But what I'm going to prove to you guys tonight is going to be a shocker. What you're going to prove tonight, Dove? I'm going to prove tonight that they never really left. This Eva name and all this stuff, I think the Eva and all that, I think that's fake. They never really left. If you pay attention to what I'm going to expose to you guys, Jack's house. Just pay attention to where they talk. They never really even left Jack's house, gang.
Oh, okay. You talking about the boys after the fact?
They never really. The party was there too, if you ask me. Because remember, Warren said he was upstairs. We don't know who he was talking to. Then he goes downstairs, makes the phone call. Remember that Javon Mama said when she had tracked the phone, there was a whole bunch of people in the house. But when they tell their story, it's just him, Warren, Jax, and the other guy. There's 3 people. But but the story is, and what she saw on the GPS, that whole story is false. It's a lot of suspects in here, y'all. I'm going to get to that. So we know this clearly as a person, but I'm going to get to the commentary. Let's go, y'all.
Now watch his feet go up.
Watch his feet. Now clearly, look at the legs go up. Body dip in the water. Now allegedly, this man probably drowned. He was choked. Left under the water for a minute with anger. And he was choking under there before they decided to get him out. Put him on the boat. Nolan didn't come back, exactly like I told y'all. I believe that Nolan was choked out, allegedly. And they tried to CPR, they tried to bring him back, and he just didn't come back. And then they panicked.
Yeah, I think so too.
Then they panicked. Not so much of a ritual. Then they panicked. And when they panicked, as far as they went, it implicated everybody. So now everybody's scared of being an accessory for covering up a crime. That's what it was.
Yeah, I think that guy Bart or whatever. I think he's training jiu-jitsu, right? So I think he did a move on him, and he didn't respect. I mean, he didn't expect for it to go as bad as it did so quickly. You know, I think he just tried to hold him down or whatever the case may have been. And like you said, I don't know if the water was involved or not, but he definitely probably held him in that choke position too long and too tightly. And when he let him go, I think he had already stopped his breathing. And like you said, they probably couldn't bring him back at that point.
They couldn't revive him.
You said Bart put him in a headlock?
No, I think it was Carter. I think it was Warren's brother, Carter.
Oh, I said Bart
because remember, Warren said, you got to remember when Warren said after Trayston got into a fight, his brother got into a fight. And just notice how all of a sudden when his brother got into a fight, now mind you, I want everybody to visualize this. Trayston said he saw Nolan He made a slick comment to the girl. 10 minutes later, right? 10 minutes later, he started fighting. So 10 minutes from that, which is still funny and looks like a cover up, because you mean to tell me Nolan didn't hear this fight breaking out? And then after that, right after you get on the boat and all this hollering and yelling, Nolan's nowhere in the picture, hasn't heard none of this commotion, ran up to the boat to help. And this is the crazy part. Nolan's best friend, Javon, runs up to the boat. That's why I say Javon, them are suspect too. Because Javon is actually pushing Trayston. Javon tells a story of pushing Trayston. And Nolan's nowhere around. And then on top of that, Warren brother gets into it. But notice, right when Warren brother gets into it, they start to pack up and leave. I think that fight was Warren's brother and allegedly Nolan. Because right after that, they was begging. They say, Nolan, get on the boat. Get on the boat. He's right there. He's right there then. He's right there after the fight. Pay attention, y'all. He's right there after the fight. He's right in front of the boat when they get on the boat. Where was he at during the fight if he's that close to the boat? Come on, man. You can't play with us. You can't play.
Now the reason I said Bart from different interviews or whatever, I seen when they did that 911, they did that enhanced call or whatever. They had mentioned, you can hear them in the background talking about, damn it, Bart. So Bart wasn't even supposed to be on the boat, right? But yet he was there. So I'm just kind of confused on that part. Was he on the boat? Was he not on the boat? Was he there? Or are they trying to cover him up? Because it sounded like 2 fights broke out, and it sounded like Nolan was involved in one of the fights or the second fight.
So
sound like that first fight may have been harder than somebody else or whatever it may be. That's what I was saying.
So you mentioned that. So that last interview with the 3 boys and the attorney or whoever the heck he was. I don't know if it was the section when the attorney was there or not. So I seen a couple of things happen. When Warren was talking about when he was talking to Nolan's mama, after first of all, he called her the mama because the mama had been blowing up the phone. That's what made him contact the mama. Have y'all watched that interview when the mama and the dad was on? I forgot something. They gave that account of what happened the night, how they was informed about Nolan missing. So like around 8 o'clock, something like that. Was it because I don't know why Nolan and Warren want to be picking it. Nolan's aunt was at the house with the mama, and she was like something about Nolan hadn't texted no them at all, and that's not like him. So the mama called him like at 8 something, and then like a little later 8 something, then at 10 something again, and nobody had ever answered the phone. And then at 11 something, boom, that's when Warren called her. In the process of all that happening, when he was talking, he was saying he used the word gone, not missing. While he was telling the story, he's using the word gone, not missing. I think that's key, first of all.
I haven't seen that.
And then somewhere in there also, when they were talking about like Nolan's characteristic, and they was all like, Morgan was like, if I wanted to laugh, Nolan would be the person to call. And they was like, yeah, Jack said something. I think it was Jack, but one of them said something about even though somebody he was a good guy to friend or be friends, like even though he was dating or talking to one of the homeboys, they didn't say homeboy, but one of their friends, his ex. They say that in that interview.
Wow.
Which would mean the Bart and Katie thing, unless Katie dated somebody else in the group.
So that's the thing too. They've been going on so many interviews. I can't even catch up with all of them. But they had so many interviews when they've been doing, like you said, different pieces or different questions. Been coming up with that all. Go ahead.
All they stories is changing every time.
Yeah, that's right.
It's like
that's right. It's like
it's different.
That's right. Every story is different, and it's the same characters with different stories. and then they're not even backtracking. Like I said, we kind of catching up these stories now, right? So it's kind of like they're not even watching their own self through these interviews. And then one, I guess when the officer was interviewing them, one was paying out where I never did see that the actual, not the officer, but the lawyer. The lawyer's sitting in the fourth seat on that same panel when he was interviewing all of them with his hat and everything on. And he was there. So I'm like, okay, so they lawyers actually there doing these interviews. No wonder he's not really saying anything on some of these interviews about them going on the shows because he's there with them. So it's like, what lawyer sits there and does all this? So he's kind of like a, you know what I'm saying? Like he's one is actually painting a narrative and have them up there say all this, but be depending on, I guess, the camera frame or whatever, some of them are getting zooming him out and you just seeing the three boards. Where you see another one, he's there in the fourth seat, just off to the very right. And then I saw that interview with that the officer interviewing them. I said, oh, that's a different one I haven't seen before. Wait a minute, they're on the same panel and he's right next to him, but it's a little more in depth with questions on that particular interview. So they done chopped it up a couple times for the interviews that I didn't caught on the net with different people, you know, showing different parts of the interview. So I'm like, every time I see a little bit more than I didn't see the last time.
So watch this game, because I'm in the middle of doing some stuff too. So I'm working the live too. But Band-Aid Gang, I'm going to give the people what they came here to see. I'm going to show you where they fucked up at. Band-Aid Gang. Now, all the people, the haters in the chat, watch how I do it again. And it's going to be on YouTube tomorrow or on TikTok tomorrow. Listen to this, gang. This is how I track.
Get to the phone situation of Miss Christine or Miss Wells said online, and I've seen it on the news and everything, as if she had to come and hunt you down to get this phone. Now, I know, Warren, you weren't at the house.
Did I mention that? Now run back and tell TikTok we found another one. So listen to what Warren says, Band-Aid Gang. Listen. Let's do them all type of ways. So I want y'all to listen real good.
Miss Christine or Miss Wells said online, and I've seen it on the news and everything, as if she had to come and hunt you down to get this phone. Now, I know, Warren, you weren't at the house, and so you weren't there when they came to get the phone and all that.
Warren said he wasn't there to get the phone. Wasn't there when they came and got the phone. Hit the like button, man. We just cracked them again right over the head. Mr. Tuck, I'm not crazy, gang. Did you hear? How can you call us crazy, gang, in the chat when you just heard this?
House, and so you weren't there when they came to get the phone and all that. So how did this happen?
So Warren wasn't there when they came to get the phone. Hit the like button, man. I ain't got to live like this. And Warren just said it. Warren said he wasn't there to get the phone. Did I mention that, gang? He wasn't there. But he was there.
Yep, we discussed this last time because Morgan handed him the phone.
Hit the like. So Warren, you lied again.
He might not have been there when they came, though, because he could have left. Remember, we had said that. He could have got remember I said he could have got the phone out his truck or Wyatt's truck, whoever truck it was in, gave it to them, and then he could have left then.
No, I got proof of that. He just said he wasn't there to pick up when they came and picked up the phone. He was clearly there because one of Nolan's friends grabbed him and said, "Hey man, let's just talk. Everybody out there tripping, man. We just want to get the phone." And they came out and gave him the phone. I got it right here on live. I got it. I got the whole story.
The dude said Warren was there?
Yes, Warren just said he wasn't there.
No, I hear you saying he said he wasn't there. I didn't see none of your clip where he said one of the guys said Warren was there. But okay.
No, Warren is admitting he's there. Warren is, watch this game. Here it is. Hold on.
Yeah, play that.
Hold on, gang.
Won't build up and it won't hit the gas.
Everybody watch this whole thing.
So we're just waiting.
And I've seen it on the news and everything, as if she had to come and hunt you down to get this phone. Now I know, Warren, you weren't at the house, and so you weren't there when they came to get the phone and all that. So how did this happen? Because last time we talked, you said you told, and I will call her Miss Christine, you told Christine that you had Nolan's phone. Like, can you explain that to me? Because I'm confused. I don't know what's what. Then I think that there's a part associated with this that's being rumored out in the public, and that is the situation with the cell phone, potential deletion of messages, how the cell phone was retrieved. And I just want you to tell your side of this, because what we're getting from the media is that they literally had to, I don't know, coerce you guys into giving it back. You didn't know where it was at. You were hesitant to give the phone over, almost as they had to turn your wrist or twist your arm just to give it back. Right. Well, what happened with the cell phone thing? So let's go back to the first engagement you had when it comes to the family or somebody coming back to get the cell phone and keys. When did that occur, and what happened there?
Okay, well, that night, about 12:30, I went back to my buddy's house.
And you said the night of the 4th?
The night of the 4th, but it was about 12:30, I would like to say. And so I went back to my buddy's house. I met up, and stayed together the night before. And my buddy got a call from this guy, and the guy was like, oh, what's going on with all this Nolan stuff? Very aggravated. I mean, yeah, every right to be, but I mean, we were trying to calm him down, and he was just like, oh, where are y'all at? My buddy said, we're at my buddy's house, and
buddy be killing.
Buddy says we're at my buddy's house. Dude, we know you at Jack's house, gang.
Yeah,
you at Jack's house. You're still at Jack's house. Notice, gang, they never go nowhere, bruh. They never went nowhere. The party was at Jack's house. See, that's what y'all miss. They throwing these fake names up, Eva and Katie, and man, come on, gang. Y'all, much as they've been lying to us, do you really think Katie exists, gang? Do you really think there's a Katie, gang? Use your head. Do you really think there's a Katie? Do you really think that there's an Eva? Hit the like button, gang.
Yeah, the Katie
never went nowhere, bro.
Isn't the Katie supposed to be the girlfriend or a girl he was liking?
Never went nowhere, bro. If y'all paying attention, when you listen to this story, you gonna realize these guys never went nowhere, bro.
No, the question I'm asking, slow down.
Oh, you good?
I said the question I'm asking, isn't Katie supposed to be the girlfriend or whatever that Nolan was trying to talk to?
Right. But
now,
I don't
who's
really
the Eva?
think Eva's supposed to be the house that they was at partying at the swimming pool.
Okay. And then Katie supposed to be and Katie supposed to be the girl he was liking on the island. Right? Yes. I got that much. So do she really is it a Katie?
I don't think she does. That's just my opinion. I think if it is a girl, her name ain't Katie, gang. Hit the like button. Her name ain't Katie.
Then why? Her name ain't Katie. What about the so-called sheriff person? I mean, the person at the sheriff's office that's related to Nolan that claimed Katie cool with the family.
Gang, pay attention. Yeah, listen. They never left anywhere, bro. They never left. They still at the house. Pay attention. Listen, and I'm gonna open up everybody's mind, gang. They never left that house. Javon mama came, and when she pulled up, did she not say when she tracked them that there was a whole bunch of people at the house? She didn't say 3 people. She didn't say it was just Warren, Jax, and the other guy. She said it was a house full of people and they was all in there with the lights off watching TV game. They never left anywhere. They was always at Jack's house, gang. Do you really think that he was upstairs talking to somebody's parents about boats? Y'all can't say that was really true either. He could have been in the house the whole time plotting. They all was in that house plotting, thinking like everybody was downstairs.
So the phone was traced back to Jack's house. Is what you're saying? It wasn't.
Jack's house, gang.
Right. Okay. That's what I'm trying to catch up because that means so it was at Jack's house where the phone was retrieved, and Warren and all them guys were over there. That's where they was at Jack's house. But he's saying right here in this part that he was over Jack's house, like he was the only one by himself. But he's saying Buddy. He's not even saying his name. He is calling him Buddy, right? So we saying that's Jack.
He's not there by himself. He's with Morgan and Jax, but he's really with a whole house full of people. See, that's what y'all not missing.
Right.
He's there with a whole house full of people, y'all.
So they trace the phone. What we saying right now then is they trace the phone back to Jack's house, not Warner's house. Not what's the other guy name?
To Jack's house.
So, right. So Jack is the guy in the middle, right? That's the middle of the guy that interviewed. That's Jack.
Jack is in the middle of the interview. Yes.
Okay. So what? Okay. So in this what I'm saying is what he's saying in the interview right here is he was over at Buddy's house. He making it seem like
but it's still Jack's house.
Okay.
Because remember, everybody, they said they stayed at Jack's house the night before. And then he's going right back and say, yeah, we were at my buddy's house that we stayed at the night before. You was at Jack's house. You already admitted that you was at Jack's house just before. But you now it's your buddy again.
Right, that would make sense again too, because remember Jack said that he went up to the room and balled out. Remember we was talking about he was crying and he was tripping out. That would make more sense that he would do that in his own place because that's his house. So he's going to go to his room and cry or whatever he's talking about he was doing. Remember, why would he go anywhere else if that was somebody else's house? He's not just going to go into another room. So now that makes sense. If they are at Jack's house, it makes sense now because remember he said when all these people was upset or when they was going on with commotion downstairs, Jack admitted that he had went downstairs, would see what commotion was or whatever the case was. So remember, he was in a room balling out and whatever he said he was upset. So that makes sense that it was all at one house. When the commotion broke out and he said it was like whoever this, he just said, well, here, Warren just said right here that the mom and them was upset and everything. That would explain the commotion. So it does make sense now. I see what you're saying that they are at Jack's house, but right here, he's making it seem like he's somewhere else, but he's not. That's what you're saying, and that's what you come into that lead, right? See that's where we at. Nothing you drop. CW, you there? Chad?
Yeah, I'm here. I just want everybody to pay attention. We just heard.
I'll let you know. I only been doing this for years.
Okay, everybody got to realize you have to really listen to these guys to figure it out. First of all, people get mad and turn around and say that we're wrong. Did we say that we wasn't there? He said that. He's going to have to go back in that courtroom, and when he get prosecuted, when the prosecutor goes, and right here, when the prosecutor is prosecuting them, and the prosecutor say, well, on this clip here.
Weren't at the house, and so and I've seen it on the news and everything, as if she had to come and hunt you down to get this phone. Now I know, Warren, you weren't at the house, and so you weren't there when they came to get the phone and all that. So how?
And he said right. I didn't say it. He said it, gang. He said right. And then you clearly hear Band-Aid Gang. Don't auto chat. Don't blame it on me because I'm not stupid. You're looking at how you solving it. I'm looking at what we're looking at over here, y'all, is what the prosecution is going to hit them with. And the prosecution is going to say, well, how did you say that you're not here?
Yeah, because what they failing to realize, all these interviews that are going on, anything you say can be held against you, right? So they're doing that right now. All this evidence, all these, like, let's say it's 25 different interviews that go on, all of them could be chopped up and used against him. And they thinking, right, and they thinking this is painting the narrative with their lawyer. They thinking this is painting the narrative that everybody gonna forget about you guys and let you go, and you're all American citizens, and yada yada yada.
Using, and this is a tactic, Dr. E. I want everybody to pay attention to why they're going on social media. I do this stuff, y'all. I'm telling you, I know what I'm talking about. The reason why they're going on social media is and speaking what they're speaking is because they're going right back to social media and seeing what we're talking about and learning how to switch their story and spin off the people that is already on to them. So they're watching us to figure out where they need to clean up their story. The same way, hit the like button. Now, I'm giving y'all facts. Put a one in the chat if you feel what I'm saying. That's why they keep talking about they want to hit people with defamation, because they're watching and they're seeing who got the closest key to what's going on, and they fit their story.
See, that's not going to work, though. It's not going to work, because what they're doing is going on here, they're basically incriminating themselves. And then if they go basically under the water right now, they say, well, if we're going to come back up, now we know how to swim. That's not going to happen, because you already drowning them. You know, they already drowning themselves doing what they're doing. You see what I'm saying? And then you got to look at, they're going against some civil rights lawyers. You know what I'm saying? They know to ask the right questions. They're going against Crump and all their crew. These guys are very well versed in law. They know what to ask, and they're also watching social media as well. So just like they think they're going to do a counter check, we're going to do all this, and we're going to, hit them with this information we get off of social media. You don't think Crump and them are doing the same thing? And then on top of that, they're in law. They've been doing this for 30 and 40 years. This is what they do. So their lawyer, they got, he on some bullshit, and he just hoping he can paint this patriotic narrative about how great these American hero sons are to the world. This is not 1945 though, homie. You know what I'm saying? So nobody listening to that. And you see half the social media, about 70% of them, is pretty much seeing right through they game, like we do. So that's why I said it ain't gonna work, because it's like, man, nobody gonna try to hear that. It's like watching 48 Hours. Like, man, we can see the plot of the show. You know, we already calling out what's going to happen. It goes toward pretty much what we kind of leaning toward more than likely, because we watch 48 Hours and them shows like that, crime stories. We are basically doing it from our couches. So imagine what the guys is actually like the Crump and them team are doing, that actually went to school and studied and know law and been in many trials and cases and have proven many times of their clients being guilty or not, whatever the case may be. So I'm just saying, they're going after these people right now, and it's like, oh, we're going to have social media to help us. It's like, man, they ain't going to work. They doing the same thing you guys are doing too. So if they banking on that, nah. I don't see that. There ain't no way. And like you said, if it do get to the point where they let all these people off for free, like they did back in the day with Rodney King's situation, and all us was sitting there looking at that too, with less evidence than we have now. You know, that was like 20 some years ago. And at that time, same thing. I was like, well, I just know they better get some time. Oh, they ain't getting no time. Everybody all on exonerated. Oh, hell no. Everybody was mad at their TVs going outside, and it was cracking after that. So they in Mississippi and is already boiling over with other cases going on with the same thing. The racial tension is building. You know, Miss Liz said that the other day. So imagine they just let all these guys go off. Hell no, they ain't having that. There's gonna be some problems. There's gonna be some issues. So I'm just saying, they just can't paint that and think America is going to take that. And like you said, people are going to have boots in the ground too when they actually start going to court. So they're going to be right there, and emotions going to fly right there. You feel what I'm saying? So that's just my narrative on that. If they banking on that, that's not going to work. They can Quote me on that. That shit ain't gonna work. No. Mm-mm. Now, without some problems behind it, it's gonna be some major consequences.
Absolutely, it's going to be smoke in the city, and that's what it's going to be and that's what it's leaning like, because they have no choice. Everybody, they have no choice. The reason why they are prolonging everything, like, again, it's not about the kids anymore. It's the grown-ups that were involved that are cleaning up their mess. The phone calls that they were making to each other to clean this mess up. The connections that has been exposed on the internet. That the reason why it's the adults trying to clean up their paper trail at this time.
There you go. Now you're hitting dead up. You're hitting dead up, and now you got the mayors, you got the police chiefs or whatever they are. Right. All these people got these high positions and titles. They're trying to cover up their names so they can continue their life to storm. It's like, nah, y'all all
between the mother and believe me, they got that type of power to make that disappear. They do have that type. They're working on making that disappear. So, with that being said, working on that disappear. Okay, again, clearly what we seeing going on social media, because it's undefeated. It's undefeated, and we are too. Go ahead.
But let me say this though, you guys, real quick. You know, the Wells family is actually asking for the feds to step in on this case. So you gotta look at it. There's the state case, and then there's a federal case. They're trying to allow the feds to come in and do an investigation.
But see, that's the thing too. If
but
like
they're only giving them so much time to do it.
Either, Diamond.
Well, I know that, but I'm just saying in general.
You know, you can't trust the fans either. They ain't no different. Money talk.
You're right about that.
Money talk bullshit. Run a marathon in the world that we live in. So again, this is what all I'm saying. Only thing that we can do is walk the people to the water, but we can't make them drink. So here's an example. All we can do, and all that social media is doing right now, Band-Aid Gang chat, is showing you the things. Yes, we know it. We know that there is foul play in this young man's unaliving. Everyone knows that. It's all on social media. Social media is undefeated. We're undefeated. But this is bigger than that. This is an operation that we showed you guys, allegedly, I'm gonna use that word, a sex trafficking operation. A lot of people involved, a lot of players. We've showed that. If you don't know, look at my last lives that we exposed these people for what they are. And do you think something as big as that going to unfold itself? No. We clearly heard this young man say that he wasn't there, right? So let me give you another recap. The man said that he wasn't there. We know he's there. When you pay attention to these young men, they never left Jack's house. They just spinning you with a story, but they're always in the same place. Band-Aid Gang.
Yeah. Now, see, one more thing with that. Like you said, it's kind of two different levels, but it's the same thing. Now, these are those, predominant, people, whatever, sons, higher up people, sons and stuff on this trip. Now, do you think they are willing to, which I'm seeing they're trying to get completely off, but do you think they would take the sacrifice of just saying they gave their sons 25 to life? You think they would go ahead and take that sacrifice if that's the only thing they're left with? Or do you think they're going to get to the point where they try so hard to get them completely off that it turns into a bigger situation where they're going to definitely be exposed? Do you think they would throw their kids under the bus and let them ride the pine for a minute just to keep their operation going? Because if not, I don't think to a certain point that the Crump team is really trying to prosecute them and all their other stuff that they got going on, but I think they're really going to make sure their sons pay for what they did. And they're trying to get their sons off like it's 1957, and that ain't going to happen. So would you think they're going to actually allow their sons to go through this, or would they either say let it blow up and explode, the powder cake explode, and it gets into a big, not just a racial thing, but it turns into political, racial, whatever. If it happens to that level, then it will start a background investigation going maybe past them going to them because then they will start showing what they did to cover this up. It sounded like a parent was actually on a boat. May have been some other adults there that brought these kids to alcohol. People want to start going backwards. Now, a few people may get caught up to keep the main people untouched, but they may actually touch the main people that were there, and they're gonna have to get sacrificed too, along with those boys. Somebody's gonna do some time. You think they would do that, or you think they'll just kind of keep trying to go around it?
I honestly believe.
Go ahead, Tommy.
So, sorry, I was gonna say I believe that they definitely gonna throw their kids under the bus because that operation money is over their kids. I believe the kids don't mean poo to them. In a sense, if
They would have to
the
go.
money
Only
means more to
thing I
them
can
than the
say.
kids.
Only thing that I can say, Band-Aid Gang, if they don't want to start a big
yeah, I'm saying
war in the streets, if they don't want to start nothing very big, riots and stuff like that, the best thing they can do is turn someone else in. And if they do, 9 times out of 10, they're going to turn in Tristan. And how are they going to turn him in? I think that they would try to unalive that young man, allegedly. And only way they can get out of this is someone coming up unalived and they wrote a suicide note. I said this the other day, gang. Only way that they can get out of this is someone come up unalived and it's a suicide note that said they did it and they couldn't take anymore. Hit the like button, y'all.
Okay.
I can't make it up.
Okay. But if you
Do that make sense, Dr. E?
Interview, right?
Yeah, it's not like a movie because that's usually how the movie ends, right? That person comes up missing, and like you said, it'd be a suicide. I couldn't take no more. But already off the top, if that's the case, most of I'm just gonna say melanated people don't just go unalive themselves. You know what I mean? And somebody would have to take that, and I don't know because it's like even with that same thing, if everybody's still following the media, it's kind of like what was it, Javon and the other guy was you said Tristan? What's his name? The other guy that was somebody looked like
Tristan.
They look like the basketball player. Okay, that is Tristan. So those are 2 melanated guys. I'm just going to call them that. The 2 melanated guys, because of the past and history of families, we just don't go unaliving ourselves. I'm sorry what people may think, but we just don't. As a culture, we don't do that. You know what I'm saying? Usually somebody that did something. You just don't, a brother end up hanging somewhere. He didn't hang himself. A female hangs herself. No, she didn't hang herself. No. Now, when it comes to shooting and stabbing, mate. But when you talk about this, I can't take stress no more and jump off a cliff or something. We don't do that as a culture, man. I'm sorry. Y'all can say what y'all want to know in the chat or whatever, but I'm just being real with you. We as a culture of people, you can check your history books and whatever you want to check. We as a culture really just don't go out committing suicide. We just don't unalive ourselves like that. We would go through hell and back. We'll go through the streets, being alienated from families, whatever we got to do. But we ain't gonna lie for ourselves. That's just kind of just unnatural,
But
and
let me say this, Dr. E. If you look at how these boys are acting, they're acting guilty as charged anyway. If you look at the facial expressions, in his interview, the facial expressions, the way the boy in the white, what is his name? Is that Wyatt? The one in the white? What's his name?
The one in the white, that's Morgan. Which
Morgan.
is Morgan is the son, everybody, of Katie
at each other when
Hudson.
He said, we looked at him like a brother, and then he looked at Warren, and Warren gave him this look like, yeah, the F right, and he looked like he was trying to mess with his tongue, like he was trying to stop himself from saying whatever else he was gonna say. So to
a lot
me,
of body language.
It's a lot of body language, and so I'm saying, I believe that there is definitely more people that's involved in this situation. But what irritates me the most is how you got Officer Tatum right here sitting here trying to BS us. Then you got the lawyer over there trying to BS us. All these grown adults that know better, and then you got these boys sitting here that they are known probably for lying anyway, and can't lie straight.
That part. You know what I'm saying? It's like they
Just
trying to
tell
paint
me
it.
that these comments stood out to me, y'all. They
They kind
edited
of
and
freaked
cut
out.
up the
You know?
shit out of that Warren interview to protect him, but not for the black kid. Exactly. So up here was a very good one. Listen, y'all. He said, now this is the key right here. They were already setting up Trayston in that Officer Tampon's interview. No edits, no cuts to protect him. And
Hey,
asked him,
somebody said Officer
hold on,
Tampon.
Diamond.
I'm done.
And leading questions that
Got an
confused him
Officer
to set him up.
Tampon. I am done, y'all. Y'all came
What?
up with a new one for me. That just threw me for real.
Officer Tampon. I mean, we had to laugh at that. We was like, hold up, take a pause for a second. Officer
Tampon, gang. That's his name, Officer Tampon. We got a new name for him, y'all, Officer Tampon. So look what Officer Tampon, gang.
I know that Officer Tatum was definitely paid off to do this interview and to throw us all the way off. I know he was paid off because he's melanated. He's a black man. Okay, melanated black man.
Try to use a card, yo.
And they
and he's wearing that I love Jesus hat like that's helping him out or something.
Do it, it's gonna look different. But we need
I love Jesus. Like, bro, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
You were passed as
you love Jesus, but you're going to hell. Stop it, gang.
No,
Stop
it has nothing to do with. A lot of people want to make this as race, right? And most likely it has a lot to do with race. But at the same time, I believe this had to do with jealousy. I think this had to do with envy. I believe that they've had issues before, prior to this event, and the grown adults, the parents knew about it. So why would you, if you know that they already have tension, allow them to hang around each other where there's alcohol, drugs around, girls around? Why would you have them in that environment anyway? So I blame the adults over the age of 21 that were there, that was supposed to be supervising these kids. But I believe they allowed them to do way more than they were supposed to. I believe that there was multiple fights.
Yeah. 4 kids.
And I
4 kids got a lot.
Okay,
I think that's
right.
Band-Aid, Dr. E, Diamond, Dr. E. Let's just lay this.
For them to sit here and warn
Diamond,
admit that his mother was on that island. He didn't. He slipped and said that.
What you saying, C-Dub?
I muted her for a minute. Sorry about that, Diamond. I had to mute you. You was rolling too good. I said, damn. I muted Diamond, gang. She was talking because she had lips, but I just did it for 1 second. Now listen, y'all. Let's get through this one part because I still got a lot of stuff. At the same time, they working on my 18-wheeler, y'all, and I'm mad as hell because I'm trying to do this live, watching these guys try to get my truck out of the position that it's in right now. So let's get through this. Now, they said it. Warren said, now listen, y'all, I want y'all to pay attention. They never left this house. Warren said this. I wasn't there. Warren just said he wasn't there. We're going to make that clear and let it ride through.
Online, and I've seen it on the news and everything. As if she...
And this is why I want to say thank you, Officer Tampon. Officer Tampon does something right here for us that helps us, y'all. Officer Tampon says this, what, Cali 5'7"? He said, you did this and you did this, but I'm confused. Officer Tampon even said, Band-Aid gang, that he is confused. This is a plus for us. This is a plus for us. Watch, y'all.
She had to come and hunt you down to get this phone. Now I know, Warren, you weren't at the house, and so you weren't there when they came to get the phone and all that. So how did this happen? Because last time we talked, you said
Warren wasn't at the house. How he just outright say, "Well, yeah, I know Warren."
It doesn't matter, Diamond. It doesn't matter. He said it. Warren answered. We needed that. It doesn't matter. That also makes him look stupid and gives us a plus. It made him look stupid, but it also made it look like what? It's helping us. I keep telling everybody, Officer Tampon is working for us on the low, but he's still trying to get that money because every time he go live, he getting thousands and thousands and thousands of cash outs. hit the like button, y'all.
He
I
is
can't make
working
it up.
it.
Officer
I would
Tampon
agree.
is working for us on the. Officer Tampon don't even know he working for us, gang.
So yeah, I was about to say that too. I
But
don't think
he
he
is.
really knows he's working for us, but he's trying to please both sides. He's there for his melanated skin, but at the
Somebody
same
said as
time,
real as it gets. Well, as real as it gets. Let me say this: as real as it gets. Answer this question for me. As real, I'm gonna show you as real as it gets. As real as it gets. Y'all hating on Tampon. Ain't nobody hating on Tampon, gang. Let me show you what I'm talking about. We love Tampon. Let me show you why we love Tampon, right? Because
I
he
don't know about
stops the
loving it.
bleeding. He stops the bleeding. So, Officer Tampon, stop them
He's
from
using.
bleeding out. Watch this game.
He's used. I don't know about loving him, but yeah, I say he's useful on both sides. Go ahead.
Let's go.
Nobody knows.
Weren't at the house, and so you weren't there when they came to get the phone and all that.
So, listen as real as it gets. Listen as real as it gets. Warren just said he wasn't at the house when they came to get the phone.
Come and hunt you down to get this phone. Now I know, Warren, you weren't at the house, and so you weren't there when they came to get the phone and all that. So how did this happen? Because last time we talked, you said you told, and I will call her Miss Christine, you told Christine that you had Nolan's phone. Like, can you explain that to me? Because I'm confused. I don't.
Cause what? Did it? Cause he's what, gang? Cause he's confused. And we are too. My chat is confused too, because he just said he's confused. He said,
public.
Warren, in front of the public, Dr. E.
Huh? No, I mean he's speaking to behalf. He's talking about the internet, the social. So he's saying that people are confused. I want you to clear up this confusion. That's what he's pretty much telling them. But he painted the narrative of that's what he did though. He painted the narrative with him and kind of rehearsed him again and going over it by saying,
yes, you
so
can,
you're not at the house,
yes, you can, Master Stylist. You can join.
He said, you're not at the house, right? And then he said, no. You see what I'm saying? He said, right. You know what I'm saying? So he kind of led him to the platform he wants him to speak on. So he's kind of playing both sides. Like you said, he's getting paid to do what he's doing, but his job is to be there to be a safeguard, melanated person. Can you agree with that? Because that's what he is. That's why everybody calling him all these different names and stuff like that, because we can see through, what's the word? Because everybody's using all kind of words for him, trying to be respectful. We can see through the tampon. As best I can come up to here and say, everybody has all these different names for this guy. So you obviously see the melanated community does not really favor him. So when C-Dub is really being nice and saying we love him, we all don't. We don't like sellouts, and we don't like people that's kind of playing for the money. Don't like that collectively. We can see through that. But he may be dropping us some clues and information that we need, but we don't like that. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, and
Okay.
that makes sense. He's playing both sides. He knows he wants to make his money. He wants to make his money, but then again, he knows this involving a black boy, and that probably touches him in a certain way too. And he's like, man, I'm learning all this information, but hey, I want to make my money in the same sense. I want to figure this out, or I want to protect what I need to protect on my end, and everything else it is what it is.
Yep. Yeah, you said exactly what I'm saying, Dom. So that's my point.
On a situation like this, why would you even give anybody an endorsement? Like, you know what I'm saying? To me, it's like he's looking out for himself. Okay. And then at the end of the day, they came to him like, hey, we want you to handle this case. Not anybody else, the other platforms that probably could have handled this. They chose him because he was probably like, hey, I'll do it.
He was chosen. The key word you said, he was chosen. They chose him
because he wanted that money. He knew it was lucrative in his pocket if he took on this case.
And because he has the title and everything that he has and all this stuff, you know, they chose him based like a resume. Based on his resume, you would be the one that we would kind of trust and put our sons on your platform, and this would be the card that we need to get over to the community, so it don't become a racial thing. But like you said, to a certain point, race, I think, is like you said earlier, is really bigger than race. You know, because to a certain point, these are just well-off children that were, you know, pretty much well-off rich kids that were spoiled, and they did something they wasn't supposed to do, and now they getting, you know, then they got to pay the consequences for what they done. And based on the community how we kind of come from, we want some accountability. You know what I'm saying? And these rich people say, oh, you know, we just blow it away with money. See, money don't work with everybody. It's working for this guy up here that's playing this card role that we're talking about. It works for him because he's trying to cover both sides. So he's looked at for the job he's picked for, and at the same time, he's also like, I'm trying to get as much money as I can because they can pay me a couple meal tickets out of this. And hopefully the stuff goes away. I got my money, and then it is what it is. That's how he playing it. But for us, it's like, no, man, this is some Emmett Till kind of stuff. We bringing some of them emotions with it because it's just been too much happening in Mississippi in the last month. Then on top of this, it's like, you're going to do this in our face, and we got too much of this happening day by day. And this case floated to the top, literally. You know, all due respect to Nolan, this floated to the top, and it's playing out so you know, dramatically in front of us that we like, man, we can't take this no more. This tension is building up in Mississippi. We're tired of hearing, you know, seeing these people get away with stuff because they got money, and we even reading through our own people when they sitting up here playing the cards. We not having it. It's like, no, dog, you can't be over there cheap. You can't do that. I'm just trying to get my money. I ain't trying to hear that, man. That's why everybody from Dr. Umar to everybody else call them all kind of names. Just being 100. You see it all on social media. People ain't following him like that. So that's what C does, really being nice by saying we got love for him, because we really don't. We don't as a whole. You know, we may
still there?
I'm still here. Can you still hear me, Don?
Yeah, I'm still here.
I'm just kind of going off of the rant. We just keep noticing the silence. See those silence, and we don't know. Talking to our stuff, we kind of just out.
So now
yeah,
let's go.
I don't want. So go ahead.
Let's go ahead, y'all, and look where he popped himself. So now he says he wasn't there. Let's let it go through.
I don't know what's what. Then I think that there's a part associated with this that's being rumored out in the public, and that is the situation with the cell phone, potential deletion of messages, how the cell phone was retrieved. And I just want you to tell your side of this, because what we're getting from the media is that they literally had to, I don't know, coerce you guys into giving it back. You didn't know where it was at. You were hesitant to give the phone over. Almost as they had to turn your wrist or twist your arm just to give it back. Right. Well, what happened with the cell phone thing? So let's go back to the first engagement you had when it comes to the family or somebody coming back to get the cell phone and keys. When did that occur?
Now remember, y'all, he said he wasn't there when it came to get the cell phone, Dr. Ian Diamond. Let's go.
And what happened there?
Okay, well, that night, about 12:30, I went back to my buddy's house.
And you said the night of the 4th?
The night of the 4th, but it was about 12:30, I would like to say.
So 12:30, he said he went back to his buddy's house. But remember, he's always been at this house. He's just making it seem like that. He's always been there. Now listen.
And so I went back to my buddy's house. I stayed the night before, where we all met up, and stayed.
The buddy's house that they stayed the night before is Jax. But at this point, remember, this is his first interview. He don't want us to know who Jax is at this time. So let's continue.
Together the night before. And my buddy got a call from this guy, and the guy was like, oh, what's going on with all this Nolan stuff? Very aggravated. I mean, yeah, every right to be, but I mean, we were trying to calm him down, and he was just like, oh, where y'all at? My buddy.
So they were trying to calm him down, so which meaning they was there, right? He was there too, on the phone or on open phone, trying to calm him down.
Said, we're at my buddy's house, and
so meaning he's there. We're at my buddy's house. We're at Jack's house. Come on, gang.
he said, "All right," and then he just hung up. And so about 30 minutes later, I'd like to say, all of a sudden the door just got open and slammed, and there was a girl who walked in, and
that's the reason why Jack's balled up in the ball. Remember, Jack said he balled up in the ball. They was already looking at them boys on their way. They was already tracking them and knew that they were on their way to the house with Nolan's, because they was using Nolan's phone. And I got proof of that too. Hit the like button. Let's go. Hit the like button, gang. We got him. Watch.
like probably about 8 or 9 guys behind her, and then another.
So she had 8 or 9 guys. We just thought he wasn't there. So all the haters, all these pro, they're the goodest kids in the world. Then tell us why he just lied and said he wasn't at the house, and clearly he's at the house. Hit the like button. We didn't say it. They said it. We didn't say it. They said it. All the haters, all the people that sit up and say that these are great kids, they can't tell a lie in the world. Please explain to us, why did he just say that he wasn't at the house when they came to come get the phone? So you tell me, after these 2 different stories, that woman should not be concerned about what happened to her son? After hearing 2 different stories, you mean to tell me this lady should not be concerned after hearing the first that this man just said to Officer Tatum's, "No, I wasn't there when they came to come get Nolan's phone." But clearly we hearing him say this.
And like probably about 8 or 9 guys behind her, and then another mom, which was Javon's mom. And
who's Javon? I want to put that in perspective. Who is Javon?
Javon is one of Nolan's good friends. He's a friend of mine too, like great guy. And his mom and their family is, very close with, the Wells family. And I mean, so I don't know why she was there, like what was going on, but I was very surprised about this. I was like, like you just basically like kicked the door open and, bust up in the house with no knock or anything.
So is Javon black or white?
Javon's mixed.
Hold on, but let this play this through and let y'all talk. Let's play it.
Yeah, I guess he's mixed.
Yeah.
So, but he's not white.
He's not white.
Just
not
white. Or all white, I guess you might call it.
Yeah.
So then they come in the house. Do you know any of these people?
I know some of the guys.
the mom, but do you know anybody else?
I've seen the mom before, and I know most of them. Most of the guys went to high school with me, and like I'm friends with some of the guys. I mean, I know some of them. So eventually, like things started to get heated, and I was just like a guy I was friends with in high school. He was like, "Man, come outside with me," and I was like, "All right." And I walked outside with him. He was like, "Man, I don't know why. Like they're panicking, and like this is just like I think Nolan's just on somebody's couch. He's been drinking all day. He's just messed up."
So, Master Stylist, welcome to the platform, sweetie.
Thanks for having me up here. I appreciate it.
Welcome. So, what do you think about this whole situation that's going on?
Oh my goodness.
I know, right?
I'm gonna tell you something.
Mm-hmm.
These people are so wicked and so conniving, and it's so many other words. It's just unbelievable that how everybody is collaborating with everybody. Like, I don't think it's one person that don't know what's going on. Out of all the people today.
So what did you think about those 2 clips?
So what do you think about these 2 clips? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can. I don't know.
Master Stylist? I think something wrong with her mic Connection. Can you hear me, Dr. E?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, what you think about these two videos? What's your input on it?
Yeah, I mean, like I was saying a little earlier, I'm seeing it two different way he presented the information from when he had the interview with the other two guys compared to itself being by itself. When you put them together now, you can kind of see the gaps in his story. You see what I'm saying? It's like, okay, this was the first interview. You had some gaps in there, but go to the second one or not, or whichever order you play them in, you can see it's a gap between the two. Especially when you go back, you can definitely see that he said things in the second one he didn't say in the first one. So yeah, that's what makes us even doubt even more. And then, like I said, the officer here keeps what's his name, Mr.
Tampon. Officer Tampon.
Officer Tampon is really, like I said, he's working for his card and trying to get his, and you can see this one he was a little more even held back more. He kind of painted the narrative for him more and gave him the platform how we're going to work together. This was their first one. For the second one, you see he's a little more relaxed. They kind of like they didn't hit this before. They feeling real comfortable, and the other guys come on there too, and everybody's feeling like, okay, we good with this.
Like I told Dove earlier, I'm like, Officer Tampon, he should, read between the lines, knowing that they lying. Like you going along with every story they talking about. I believe these young boys and all of that.
I think he just trying to stretch it out and get paid. He already got his cue cards lined up, what to say, and he trying to pay his best picture because they already prepaid him some of it. You know what I'm saying? So he trying to work for his money, but at the same time, he didn't count for us to be like we are. Like I said, it's 2026. It's not 1956. And you can't run stuff on us no more. We grew up with social media and stuff and that, all this. So we just is aware of things that he is. And I think he didn't forgot that when that money comes, you get paid. It's kind of like, I just put it like today's hip hop. You got that 360 deal and you want to run it up. But it's like, it got 360 on the back of it, bro. They're going to get theirs on the back end. You know what I'm saying? So you may not sign that contract. But you already signed the contract. Like, see? So now you're going to lose your people too. You feel what I'm saying? So that's how I'm feeling about it. Like, dog, you didn't sell the sold out card and everybody calling you up on it, from Dr. Umar to everybody else, everybody calling you all these names and Tampon and everything else because you showing how you really are. You're not really down for the cause, you know what I'm saying? You played yourself and we kind of reading through you, but we going through it because you still getting the information. So he didn't go down too.
Okay, go ahead. Miss Styler, so what you think about those previous two videos that we just played? Because you had dropped for a minute.
Yeah, my phone died. I was on a charger, but I started talking and I walked away from the charger and didn't realize my phone was on charge. But to be honest with you, I just want all of them to stop playing in everybody's face because they so used to getting away with this type of stuff over the years. You know what I'm saying? They think everybody's a fool. Like it's written on the wall, it's clear as day. I can't say who did what, but somebody did something that's in that crew. They all know who did it. And because they know that the law and the government there will hang you, literally, ain't nobody gonna tell the truth.
Right.
And the adults included. The adults know what's going on because I truly believe that judge or that mama was there.
Yep. Somebody named Kevin put explain the witnesses that saw Nolan at 5:50 p.m.
Exactly. And why is it only two when it was all those people at that daggone beach? Why was only two people that saw him that knew him?
Yep.
Why? How is it was just two out of hundreds of people? And who are the two?
Right. And then the times is so messed up. Like y'all saying different times 5:50, 3:45. How y'all know exactly what time? Like, ain't no average person going to just say 3:30. You
See,
don't even know what time it was.
I've been going around listening to everybody because I'm just
They stories gonna add up.
I'm going off of my own thoughts and understanding of just being a human being.
As we all are.
Yeah, and it's just too much bullshit in the game. It's just too much. It's just way too much.
Yes, too much.
And I want to know who they think is Ray Charles. Like, we can see this.
Exactly. We're not blind.
Exactly. And then it is one guy I came across that I watch all the time, and he's the type of content creator. He gonna do his homework. And I'm talking about he gonna do his homework.
Right.
And he done pulled out some stuff. He like, look, these people lied. They lying about the times. They lying about this. They lie. I mean, it's and then you got some people saying that the CTO call is phony and it's fake. But where they get it from him? If it's phony and it's fake, where they get it from?
Right. And
my thing is,
y'all say y'all don't know it. Y'all didn't have his phone tampered in his phone. Y'all had to do something for y'all not to get
that's why they want. Listen, I don't even know. I can't say for sure if they tampered in his phone or not. But why you want it back? Exactly. Why you want it back when you agreed?
Why you take 15 minutes to give the phone up?
That's one thing.
Like,
that's one thing. That's one thing. But my thing is this. If it wasn't something on there that you know for sure that it's something maybe on there, then why did you wait until social media starts saying something about the phone that now you want to send a letter saying you want the phone in 48 hours?
Exactly, that part.
When you had already agreed to view it with both sides. Because you are afraid that there may be something on that phone. His mother has no reason to delete anything.
Right.
Nothing. Exactly. She has no reason to delete it. Now, could she be worried about it might be some other shit on there? It could be.
Yep.
But that's why I would want to view it. I think about it like if it was my son's phone. My son could do some wild stuff and have it video recorded because most people do stuff like that. It's their privacy.
Right.
So I can understand her not wanting somebody that she don't know that could leak stuff to the media about her son that she has not seen first or with them. You understand? But for her to feel uncomfortable as far as opening up the phone and finding something that will help her get some answers to what has happened to her son, she would want that done the same day it happened.
I agree. I agree.
You understand? But if I know you corrupt, and I know that there's a strong possibility that you didn't look in your own child's phone, I ain't letting you look at mine.
Right.
Because who's to say that they viewed those other boys' phone?
I'm sorry.
That part.
Okay. I got you something.
So y'all
you can't.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
They haven't shown no proof that they went in their phone, other than what the Tatum dude. Which let me tell you something. I only like saying that man name. I only like watching him because I'm telling you, he make me grit my teeth together.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. Me too.
Because that dude, something else.
So what do you think, Miss Stylist? What do you think about the attorney, the lawyer?
Which one?
Cox.
Cox.
Edward Cox. What do you think about him?
Let me tell you something. So,
the
like
one
I
that
said,
was on the interview with him on Tatum's show. What do you think about him?
So like I told you, I watch a lot of people, and see, I came across this channel late at night, strolling through the streets, and I agree wholeheartedly with the guy when he was talking about um I'm gonna tell you how I viewed it and what made me stop strolling when I heard this channel. And this is just my own thoughts. When I first heard about the case and I saw it aired, and you know, I'm a black woman. I just turned 54 yesterday,
Oh,
and I
happy
got
belated birthday.
thank you, and I got three grown sons, 23, 25, 31, and I got a 17-year-old daughter. So when I first saw the pictures of them on the boat and all this, and I understand that you know where they are, that you see a lot of black guys maybe hanging with a group of white kids. That's unusual. I mean, that's not unusual. You know what I'm saying? But the energy of the picture and the way they was hugged up, every picture they got their arms around each other. My first thought was that they was a little funny. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Absolutely. I'm letting you cook.
So I saw it, I thought it, and then I said, well, you know what? I don't want to think like this about this little brother. So let me push that to the back of my mind. And I pushed it. And then I came across y'all know Charleston White. Everybody know him because he crazy. But he be speaking his mind. And they asked him about what he thought about the situation. And when he said it, I was like, oh, damn. Well, maybe I wasn't too old. Maybe I'm not the only person that thought that. Then when I heard cross this channel and the brother broke it down to the mayor, to the little organization, I was like, oh, my Lord.
Possibility. Whether he was knowing it or not, you know what I'm saying? So
I don't think yeah. I go ahead, brother. I don't mean to cut you off because my thoughts is going. Go ahead.
That's what we kind of feel like, whether he was or wasn't, we kind of already in our community again, as you're saying, you know, because I'm a brother too that's in the same age category. So we already kind of got over the point that we know we have relatives, family members that may be on that spectrum of life. You know what I mean? So we don't really treat it like, oh, you know, we're not the older generation before us is like, oh, you can't do this. You know what I'm saying? We kind of more open to, we may have some kids, we may have some nephews or nieces that may be there. So we kind of pass that part of it. But also the part we still look at is he's still in our community regardless. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
We don't, that doesn't get taken away whether he's, you know, a straight or maybe a possible gay, LBQ, whatever the case may be. We are still like, that's our cousin, that's our family, that's our member of our community. So today it comes down to when we see this kind of situation, wait a minute, he's the only brother on the boat. So now we kind of embrace and getting closer to him, no matter what he may choose to do, you know, sexually. You feel what I'm saying? We don't care about that. At the end of the day, he's in our community still, and he happens to be and gets unalive when he's with y'all. So we ain't left him out. That's still somebody's family, somebody's brother, somebody's cousin, somebody's family member. You feel what I'm saying? In our community. So we still embrace that. And people may think that, oh, well, even if he was, we're not going to be a part of it. No, he's still ours first. You know what I'm saying? Or whichever one it is. So I'm kind of feeling you on that. Then at the same time, it's kind of like,
go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was just going to say my last thought about. So with that being part of it, that's what she was saying that brought her to our show and our channel was because we were speaking facts, not so much of whatever emotions people may feel. You feel what I'm saying? We was just kind of say these are the facts, and this is what the background of this particular family is. They're part of this situation.
And what made me really like just listening, thinking what I was already thinking it, and then hearing, you know, the way I don't know the guy's name that.
My name is Dove. Dove like a bird.
And
Dove.
my name is
Okay.
Angel.
Okay. When I heard, Angel Dove. Okay. So when I heard Dove talking and he was breaking it down, I was like, oh my God. Now, see, what I'm thinking just from looking at the pictures and then seeing the dude in the pool with the other guy, like got his arm around his neck and he just looked terrified. He looked like he was terrified, in pain, and fear.
Yes.
I mean, it was just so many emotions on his face. And I'm like,
But Master Stylist, do you know who that was?
what the boy that had the look on his face or the guy that had him around his neck?
The one that had the look on his face.
No, I didn't know who that was.
That was Bart. Now I got Robert in here, but Robert, thank you very much. Robert says this, so this let me know that we're on the right track. Conspiracy theories are blaming Knights of Columbus, Prince Hall for counseling and profiting from Nolan's death. Concealing from Nolan's death. Is that right? You see? I told y'all. Now
who is that?
This guy name is Robert. Now, Robert, I'm going to say this again. Everybody watch this. That's why I say they're hiding and they're not going to try to bring this out. Now, I'm saying alleged, but we all have seen, and it is funny that you said that, Master Stylist, because I remember when Charleston White said that. And, you know, I wasn't accusing him for being LGBTQ or anything. But
no.
When I started investigating it, it all came out. That golf, I keep telling everybody, that golf right there is controlled by the government. It's bigger than, that's why I keep telling everybody, it's bigger than.
But listen, Dove, I'm going to tell you what really got me. And I was like, this is some shenanigans. When just like a day or two ago, the president stopped all civil rights claims.
Bingo. My partner just called me and told me that yesterday.
You can't even file none. Because see, this gonna lead you all, it's all tied up in that dude, what's that dude? Epstein.
There it is. There it is.
It's gonna tap too much into their organization.
It's gonna tap too much into the Epstein.
Yep.
That's why this is why one of the reasons, I'm gonna just keep it all the way real. One of the reasons why I'm ducking the way I'm ducking. Do you see what I'm saying? I don't go on every day. I'm glad my community is not that big because I had started doing a lot of damage on the Epstein files to where they took my monetization away. And they took another one of my homegirls' whole channel away because we was on top of all of it. I was zooming in, doing the same thing that I'm doing now, zooming in on Zorro Ranch. We're the first ones, if you don't know, Miss Stylist, that ever went to Zorro Ranch, and we connected Tom Ford's house to there. Tom Ford, and then come to find out, Oprah Winfrey has property up in Santa Fe as well. So they all live up in Santa Fe, and they all got tunnels that go underground. So we got to remember, too, there's possibly tunnels, and every state pretty much has tunnels, okay?
Okay, for sure.
But at the end of the day, y'all, it's bigger than what y'all think it is. And now people are finally trying to catch on to the Knights of Columbus.
Not to cut you off, but I'm from the DMV. I'm right here.
Okay.
So so I know already about the tunnels. Big time.
So
I think they was, if they hadn't already, I think they were so close to trying to get him into whatever they was trying to get him into.
I agree. And you know what? The thing what's crazy about what you just said is that either he knew or either because we know that Officer Tatum, I got that too. That Officer Tatum is affiliated with the Knights of Columbus. So color doesn't have there's no color when it comes to it.
But listen, another thing too, I don't know if you've seen everybody, you know, I'm not sure if it's 100%, if it's 100 grand or not, but you know, the Cox dude, and you know, Tatum and all them, you know, they were saying in some video they're advertising their businesses amongst it within the video.
Oh yeah, I got that. I showed that.
I don't know how true that is, but you know,
I showed it yesterday right here. I'll put it up. I showed that yesterday. You're talking about this right here.
Stone brand alcohol too, I think it is.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, they're advertising the Verdict. The Verdict is owned by Officer Tampon, owns that alcohol. So he owns that. That's his. And then you turn around and see right here, the Verdict called Cox, which is Cox. Everybody that doesn't know, Cox is allegedly, this is Cox, Tyler Cox right here. I think that he's allegedly related to Robert Bobby Cox. See, everybody's skipping over what people are not paying attention to.
Is who's connected to who?
Well, this is I'm gonna read this comment because he's speaking on the Knights of Columbus. He said Knights of Columbus, Prince Hall, Shriners, Cajun Navy are in Mississippi, but none of these organizations are. Was that nefarious? Now, let me go to this right here, gang, so everybody knows what I'm exactly talking about. I'm glad somebody knows about the Knights of Columbus. Okay,
I like brothers and stuff like that. Basically, that organization is fraternity.
Would you like?
And I'm gonna tell you something.
Robert,
I'm gonna tell you something. And I just kind of sort of peeped this a little bit, and I might be a little off, but usually, like my grandma say, my mind don't fool me. For some reason, I'm not gonna say that there's any fear, or I'm not even gonna say if it's fear or not. But for some reason, it just feels like Ben Crump is not putting the pedal to the metal or pressing the gas because of something that he know he might be big, that might be bigger than him.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna say take something back that I heard from September Virgo. She made a valid point. I think at some point he did help because, and
no, he helped for sure.
But only reason I'm saying that is I think that it should have switched over for different attorneys to fight the actual case, right? There
you go.
But Ben Crump did come in because it brought in the media.
Right. Yeah. And that's the part.
Media got the media attention, and that's what was good that he did come in to get the media attention, get television, get the media paying attention to what was actually going on. So,
but I
Ben Crump for
so
that.
That part. I really think God that he was able to do that.
Yes. So we thank you, Ben Crump, for doing that.
But I think once they saw that this was out of their league or out of what they do, they should have gotten somebody that they know, because it's like and I'm not sure if there's a reason why or not, but to me, they not asking the right questions. They not.
Well, hi, how you doing, Master? My name's Diamond. All right, so I'm gonna put a little 2 cents into this, okay? There was 3 attorneys that just withdrawn from the Wells case, and there's now a new attorney that's involved. Dub, you remember his name? The new attorney that's involved in the Wells
I don't know
case?
his name, but he's a melanated person, and then the rest of her representatives dropped out because he was melanated.
Oh, okay.
Right. So it's gonna heat up because what they don't want is somebody to come in that's not affiliated with them, that's not in the know or trying to go along with what they're trying to do. He's probably an outside attorney that's not gonna go with their shenanigans that they're doing. So let's see how much this heats up in the next couple.
Yeah, diamonds drop. But I was going to say too. I think I also heard that Trump, in his case, he wasn't licensed in the state for him to actually have more power control over the situation. That's why he's kind of more of a representative, like a civil rights representative that everybody knows. And he's kind of took on where I kind of hate to say with Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton left off, but he's kind of like the modern day them that has more attorney ties. You know, instead of being a reverend of the past, he's an attorney, and he specializes in civil rights, but just not in the state of Mississippi. So what he did is pretty much bring the people in together that he got to know, and I guess that he said, okay, I can get these guys to put together a team, and they can help, and that's what they pretty much did. He reached out for some civil rights attorneys in Mississippi, and I think there are licensed there that can actually go in harder on the case because you got to be licensed for each state. So they only get
well, I mean, I'm glad that he was able to do as much as he's done so far.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But it's just like right now, it's like they're at a point where they seem like they're a little stuck.
Yeah.
But because again, one of the reasons why they're stuck again. They're not stuck. Let me say that they're not stuck. They're cleaning up their mess. They got things like this, far as this right here, like nobody realizes how everybody's stuck on one thing, right? And that is who's right on the leads. Who's coming up with the leads? They eating this whole case up. They eating it like it's a carcass right now, right? So
for sure.
But what they're missing is behind the scenes. Everybody, what have we seen? Master Status chat. We seen them talking about the governor. Everybody's talking about the connections between Bart's parents and the governor. You're looking. You went too far when you needed to stop right here. This is the mess. The mess is this, YouTube. The mess is this name that you see right here, Robert Bobby Cox. So now we know the name, what we're looking for, right? We're looking for the name Cox. Where does the name Bobby Cox come from? And we know we're looking for Cox, right, Band-Aid Gang, right, chat, because we're looking at this. Some of you guys didn't know what Cox came from, right? Some of you guys didn't know Cox. Now, Tyler Cox, right, which is connected right here. Okay, we got Tyler Cox, Carl Cox. Okay, so Tyler Cox law firm is in Biloxi, Mississippi. So his law firm is in Biloxi, Mississippi. It's not like they just called a law firm and the Cox just came in. No. So this is right next door. So he's right, this guy right here, Tyler Cox, is right next door to this man here, Bobby Cox. Who is Bobby Cox, Band-Aid Gang? Something that he never should have put in here, but some way he wanted to be noticed by his certain people, which would be he wants to be noticed that he's with this right here, a long life member of this Saint Church, right? He wants to be known by those people, the high-ranked people. And not only that, he is a third-degree member. Third-degree member, gang. Y'all looking at it right now. He is a third-degree member of the Knights of Columbus, right? He's a board member. Look, y'all. Look. Now, let's get deeper into this. He's a board member, look, y'all, of the Ocean Spring Little League. Pay attention, Band-Aid Gang. The Little League, the little boys, the little guys, right? The little guys. This is the mayor, Tyler Cox. Cox. But then when you go back, you see that he's a third degree. He's a third degree Mason, Knights of Columbus. See, when they said Knights, we should have threw up the red flag, right? So, but when we look at that they're Knights, we go back to here, Band-Aid Gang. We look at the Knights of the Columbus. First, this is the first degree of the Knights of Columbus. But pay attention to the red logo that is on the chest. On the stomach, look at the logo. Just pay attention, because if you're conscious and you woke, then you see what we are seeing. And what are we seeing? This is what we see on this channel. This is what we see on this channel. We see that logo on his chest. But they camouflaged it a little bit. But we know, because we're looking at it right there in the center of his stomach, the same logo that we see right here. There it is. So how do we also know that that's Bart? Everybody want to know, and I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna break the code again for y'all. How do we know that's Bart in the pool that's looking terrified? There it is. So what do they have to do from here with me? Because I track everything, right? I track you. I'll track you. So here's Bart. Same eyebrows. Go straight across. That's Bart. Bart is the one looking petrified in the pool. But notice it's all guys touching guys, and all the girls are touching girls. Hit the button. So now Warren has something to answer to. What is that, C-Dub? Warren, and I don't want to overcook this meal for everybody to get the knowledge. You're not looking in the right places. We looking in the right places. It's the mayor. Don't worry about the governor right now, because we already know that the mayor is already connected to the governor, right? We know the mayor is definitely going to be connected to the governor. But see, the governor probably didn't put that he's a Knight of Columbus in his status, right? He didn't put that his status down, but we know that they're connected. Definitely if they're connected to Bart. But now we have the Knights of Columbus, and now we know what the Knights of Columbus had done did, right? So we know when we go up here, Band-Aid Gang, then we know what? We know that here we're going to track them again. So when we track again, this is for all the newcomers, right there on Washington Street, on 421 Washington Street in Ocean Springs. On 421 Ocean Springs, let this load up, y'all. On 421 Ocean Springs, we have, it's loading up. I just can't feed a baby steak, so I got to come back and bite it up for y'all and give it to you the way it is. So in this area, right up this little alleyway, Band-Aid Gang, zooming down here where they went on the boats, all up in here where they went on the boats. I'm letting this catch up. Best way to hide something, what, y'all, is put it in plain sight. So right over here in Ocean Springs, smack dab in the center of Ocean Springs, don't forget Little League, y'all. Now we got Little Children Park right here. We got the Little Children's Park, the Kids Park, the Little Children's Park. They got a whole bunch of hotels. We noticed that too over here. But down here, when we get down into the trenches, right here is what does the governor have right here? That saint right there, outlapassness. How do you say that? He had that in his credentials, right, Band-Aid Gang? So what we need to do now is find out if he's the 3rd degree Knights of Columbus, and they only go up to 4 Master Stylist. They only go up to 4 degree, right?
Mm-hmm.
We know they only go up to 4 degree. So if we really wanted to get in their bullshit, into some bullshit, we need to we need to see who owns these buildings then, right? Because if the mayor's a third degree, he probably owns this real estate, this property, right? We can't put it past him.
Right.
So he probably owns this one. Look over here. We got this one here. We got another one right here. And over here is the Knights of Columbus, right here. This zoom is taken right there, y'all. Y'all see it right there. Knights of Columbus. Right there. Let me zoom in so y'all can see a little bit more that we're not capping. But let it zoom in.
Then you mentioned the other day too about the satellite, how they can kind of disrupt things.
Yes. And right across the street is right over here by the Springs Hotel. It's funny, the hotel right across the street from the damn Knights Hall. That's there. Now, I don't want to over push this, and a lot of people, you're not understanding where we're going with this, right? A lot of y'all are not understanding where we're going with this. So, but we know over here on this channel what they have been accused of, right? We know the crimes that the Knights of Columbus have been accused of. So now we go back. That's why I'm telling you this is an organization. Not only that, they just had a major sex trafficking drug bust there in Ocean Springs. A major bust. He also put there. Also, Robert said there also a Prince Hall Lodge on this map view. That part. So put a 1 in the chat. Or Robert, do you feel like we're in the right place and that people is overlooking what we already see right now? I just want to know your opinion. Are we pretty much speaking a little truth or whatever you feel? What do you feel that since we're really the first ones that been talking about the Knights of Columbus for the last 4 days, the same way we was talking about Zorro Ranch for the 5 or 6 days before they started talking about Zorro Ranch? Somebody put talking to Chris, whoever Chris is. But as we look and see, let's continue. To see, and I do this for people that don't, my people know what's going on, but you never know. I'm going to keep spitting the truth, even if I have to bring it back and keep coming back for people that haven't seen what they're involved in or what's going on, that they know. So we've seen that the minister, that the governor, right? This is all alleged, but we've seen it, likes these little groups. Youth group leader lawsuit. Right here. Youth group lawsuit. Organized face high-profile civil lawsuit filed by a man accusing youth group leader. And this youth group leader, Band-Aid Gang, was a part of the Knights of Columbus. The Knights of Columbus also were involved in embezzlements. Look, fake KKK oath or other groups. Okay, see this, gang?
That's where the racist part comes.
Okay. Also, lawsuit accuses Knights of Columbus of child abuse. This was in 2010. 2 men who said they were sexually abused as children by the leader of what, y'all? A youth group. Down here, Knights of Columbus is facing what? Accused the Knights of Columbus of fraud, deception, theft, broken promises.
They do a lot of undercover stuff. This ain't their first rodeo.
Sexual abuse claims, cover-ups, sex cover-ups. Knights of Columbus, sex cover-ups. Sex cover-ups. Knights of Columbus, do your research. So
that kind of explains why you have so many boys together, maybe going on this trip, hanging out together, becoming friends, and maybe somebody made a pull Nolan into this clique, or maybe he knew of this clique and he wanted to be part of this organization, or maybe these other guys want to be part of the organization. So you never know. but they are well-off children, basically spoiled kids that pretty much, you know, they choose their friends. Even like they got this guy, they chose him for the interview for a reason. Different fraternities and stuff like that kind of, collaborate sometimes. Or either maybe, like I said, maybe it's just a money thing, was just political. Or yeah,
Yeah,
we need somebody to play this role. We're gonna pay you for this to interview them because we trust in your credentials. So they looked
but
at,
see, when
they
you
chose.
in that type, when you in that type of organization, you have to choose wisely.
Yeah,
They don't want
yeah.
you to just pick anybody because I was listening to. I went through all of the females that survived Epstein, and that's what every last one of them said, that you just couldn't bring anybody. There
They
was a
want a certain
criteria. Yeah.
yeah, they look at the whole psychological everything. These people be
and
studying people.
and but they wouldn't accept black girls.
Yeah, there's a reason. Like you said, all these fraternities and sororities and whatever. That's what a lot of times they do. They to be part of the organization, you have to fit in to their criteria because I want to call them, we call them in our community, the bourgeoisie community. They have a certain criteria, whether it's family status, brothers, from the past, sisters from the past, or either money. Even in the black community, a lot of times it's tied to money and to be in these organizations. And when they hit the college campuses, it was also about status. And because of colorism back in our day, we had to choose between light skin and dark skin. A lot of them things play into fraternities and sororities, and organizations in our community that we had as requirements. Not so much of that anymore, but some of that stuff still exists to certain societies of status, meaning like, what kind of money your family got, where it comes from. I mean, people in your family with lawyers and judges, police chiefs. A lot of that plays into choosing a person for a group and an organization. And it's no different from maybe why they chose Nolan to even come out there on the island with. He's already an athlete and a star player, so it may have had something to do with it. You still there, C-Dub?
Oh yeah, I'm listening, but yeah, I'm listening definitely. But it's so many ways. And again, you guys, if you want to really know more, like we can really dig, but you can dig too much, and I just don't want to dig too much and get my channel taken. But I done walked you guys there. Do your own research. Start at the Knights of Columbus. Go down the rabbit hole. We know the Cox, the mayor of Ocean Springs, is a Knights of Columbus. Look at all the crimes they have. And I want you to also remember this, gang. With all these lawsuits that they have had against them, they still donate money to orphanages. Like they still going for little children and little boys. That's why all the pictures look funny with boys all around. Now, I heard before this case even got as deep as it got, is that Nolan seen something. And maybe Nolan was going to report this. Maybe Nolan seen something in a phone that he wasn't supposed to see. Maybe Nolan seen one of the brothers being done all type of ways by a man. We don't know.
But see, it's funny that you bring that up because I was just in my kitchen
Did you hear the
walking
same
around.
thing?
Man, let me tell you something. That picture with that boy in that pool, and that man got his hand around his neck.
Yes.
Look in the background, the way Nolan is looking back over his shoulder.
That part.
And
But
the
you
way
know where
those
they
other
messed up
guys
at right
are
there?
surrounding him.
You know where they messed up at right there? You know where they messed up at right there?
Yeah.
They messed up right there because Bart, remember, said he wasn't there, right? Remember, he said he was out of town. He was out of town. So this is what the prosecution is going to say, because Warren messed up then too. Where did Warren mess up at, Master Stylist, Diamond Gang, Dr. E? Warren messed up and said that picture was taken a week
Before.
So Warren had Bart got to come back and say, "Oh man, that's a lie." So now they're gonna start turning. But that was taken a week before.
Right. So if you look at that picture, Pink Panther over on TikTok she said that picture of them on the boat sitting there taking that photo with Nolan was altered.
When I put the picture in ChatGPT and asked it told me it wasn't AI. So which made me even feel funnier because, gang, what made me feel funny about it is that y'all are not paying attention. Why they not paying attention? Because the thing to me is because I don't put nothing past these supernatural evil beings that could be out of here, shapeshifters. And I believe in all of that.
You better speak it, brother.
I believe in shapeshifters. I believe in all that. But when I look, everybody act like you just can't see or something. Bart is looking terrified. Is Bart looking terrified? Is he terrified because there is something coming out of this man's neck that is covering his ear? Y'all still don't see this big ass piece of skin that Bart's other ear you cannot see. This big ass piece of skin that looked like a whole foot that's sitting on his ear. If you see it, put a 1 in the chat. Is that why he terrified? Is he terrified because this man right here probably is a damn shapeshifter type of damn demon or something? Because I ain't never seen
the body don't match.
Do you see what I'm saying though, Master Stylist? Do you see this piece of meat that's you can't see his other ear, right? Something is over his other ear. What is that, gang? Coming out this man's neck, gang. Can somebody is that why he terrified? And who is the man with USA carved out of his chest looking like a devil? Who are these two grown-ass men?
Yes.
Yeah, it was a lot older constantly.
Who are they? Explain to me why there's a piece of skin coming off this man's neck and Bart, because y'all didn't know that was Bart. But that's Bart, gang. That's Bart. And you can't tell me that don't look like Bart. That is Bart, gang. And guess what else I'm going to put together? Because you know what I believe? And I know it's out there. And I'm finna find it again. Hit the like button. I ain't got to live like this. You know what I'm going to find out? Because there is a video out there when Bart is actually talking on the football field, kicking the ball, talking about his brother being the one that holds the balls and fetch the balls. Bart is actually talking on that video. I'm finna find it. And guess what else I'm gonna do? I'm gonna match that voice up with the voice that making that phone call. See, that's what I be on. That phone call, we want to see if that was Bart on that phone. And we'll be able to tell when we go to get that football video. Whose voice was that? And I think it was Bart on the phone making that call. Don't none of y'all say y'all know who it is. You don't. Don't none of y'all know who it is. But I'm going to shoot down that road, down that rabbit hole, and find out if that's Bart's voice. See, I be over there trolling in places that they don't troll at. That's how I found these Knights of Columbus. And I'm going to dig some more stuff up on that group. Because I just showed you this shit bigger than Nino Brown, gang. This shit bigger than the governor. And then I'm going to show y'all the video on what happened to the mayor that was running for mayor. It was a woman and her husband that got unalived in their house by the Dixie Mafia. So they down there too. You got the Dixie Mafia. You got the Ku Klux Klan. You got the Knights of Columbus.
But they all the same. They all one.
All it was, I'm gonna tell you what it was, gang, and I'm gonna play the rest of this commentary. I'm gonna show you what it was. I'm gonna show the map again. I'm gonna show the map again.
Same agenda with different names.
I'm gonna show. There it is, Dr. E. Same agenda, different names. But what happened though? What happened? I'm gonna show y'all what happened, gang. And I'm gonna lay low again for another day. I'm gonna lay low a whole nother day. I don't want to bring that much shit over here because they're gonna try to take my channel. So what happened, gang? Was this? Show y'all what had to happen. What happened was this. And I have to explain it to you like this. Because I ain't stupid. What happened was, motherfuckers thought, a lot of y'all motherfuckers, I was just took some pictures on my community post. I was right over here last night. If you go look at my community post, I was right here on Interstate 10. And I took a picture of Ocean Springs. Go look on my channel. I just was over here last night. I slept in Mobile. I was in Mobile. On exit 4 at the TA in Mobile. That's where I was. So, what we forgot was everybody think Mississippi poured in the motherfucker and all that. Y'all them pouring all that. Man, have you been down here, gang? Have y'all been down here? Some of y'all ain't been down here. Mississippi rich as hell. It's just the KKK and all them rich people moved their ass up in this little gut up in here. All of their relatives, all of them folks moved their ass up in these guts and these rich ass houses, and you got to get on a boat to even get to where their ass live at.
I hate to laugh, but it's true because you know that South Mississippi is nothing like North Mississippi. You know
South Mississippi is beautiful. Casinos, everything. That's mafia money. They all down here. And now what happened is when these kids made this mistake and body slammed this boy, and they couldn't revive him, and their parents had to go pull some strings with the rest of the KKK. Now it got too deep because they didn't think it was gonna get as deep as it got.
As quickly as it got too. It happened so fast.
And what they didn't realize is that social media is
undefeated. They thought they were just gonna get away with saying he drowned like the rest of the people. But see, when this woman went and investigated some more, and they went further and further, shit got deep. See, they thought that they was gonna get away with it.
Yeah.
They thought they was gonna get away with the accidental death. But the mama did a little bit too much more investigating. And now it turned to this. Because a lot of people just walked away when their child was unalived or whatever had done happened on these islands. But this woman didn't walk away. And all the people that was making them false phone calls and making these phone calls and pulling strings, that's what the weight is on. That's why we waiting for so long, gang. Because they got to go back and change them phone calls. Who was calling who? They got to get them all that off the list in case this go to the grand jury.
And that 360 app.
They trying to clean up their mess.
But have you heard that? Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying that 360 app is what really happened too, because they weren't counting on that. See, when they had that app, it led them right to where that phone was and where it had been that whole day and everything.
And see
else.
that phone gonna pinpoint everywhere it went because it was on the boat.
That's the part they started getting nervous. That's why you got the boys up there crying and scared and everything else now because thought was going to happen. This coverage say he drowned. It didn't happen that way because that phone had been getting pinged. Y'all took too long, too many different stories, and all that stuff happened, and too much time in between is not answered for. About 5 or 6 hours. Why did you guys wait till almost midnight to call her about what's going on with the son? Y'all left him on the island. Y'all went with him, but y'all didn't bring him back. It fell apart right there.
Don't nobody say it. Go ahead, Doctor.
Go ahead. Yeah, but I was saying whatever adult that was on that scene, they tried to cover it up too, but they didn't know what to do. Everybody got scared when death happened.
Yeah.
It was responsible for taking them out there, and they didn't know how to cover it up. And then they had the boat incident, and then the fights was breaking out. It was so much going on at one time, and he was intoxicated, and he was not supposed to be out there drinking, and It's just so many things. How are we going to cover all this up? It happened just like that because you got these rich, spoiled kids who've been used to getting what they want, doing what they want, and this particular day they have to pay the consequences. And it is so
And
happened.
see, I think whatever happened to him happened at the shore of the island on the boat. And what happened was they took him with them back to wherever they went, kept him for them 2 days, and dropped him back off there because there's a recording where that came from the dispatch of 911. I don't know if it was 911, but there was a recording where the police is calling the mayor, letting them know that they're on their way to the judge's house. This was the exact same night it happened.
See, I was telling those.
That too, but as I'm looking into it more, now we're seeing more stuff. I believe I was thinking that it happened at the house on that picture part, but I think what really happened is it happened right there on the land, because now we're getting pictures of looking like somebody's pulling a body on the boat. We got people looking in that direction. We got this video where people are actually looking at the fight, right? So I made it simple. I'm gonna say it one more time for everybody to just kind of visualize this. It's so simple. Trayston walks past Nolan, makes a comment. So that means they're in the same facility. That means that Nolan's walking back towards the boat. So let's put it that way. Nolan's walking back towards the boat. 10 minutes later, now everybody see how these people just mingling right there in the water. They're not going too far. So 10 minutes later, a fight breaks out. And Trayston is supposed to be Nolan's best friend. And guess what? Trayston fights. He goes, everybody's hollering. Now, look at this. No Nolan around to come help his best friend. Just 10 minutes later, just 10 minutes. Then after that, Nolan's real best friend, Javon, Javon is placed where, y'all? On the boat. Javon is on the boat pushing Trayston back. Nolan's best friend. Two of Nolan's both best friends are right there hollering and screaming. The only two melanated people right there. Right there on the boat. Right there. Now his best friend is pushing Trayston back on the boat, and Javon slipped up and said those two parents that was on that boat wanted to hurry up and get Trayston back to the land.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that?
That's what he said. So two adults was on that boat. So here's the thing, Band-Aid gang. All of that going on right there, all of that went on. Warren's brother gets into a fight. He said he hit a beeline. His brother had somebody in the arm bar. In an arm bar. They still ain't speaking about Nolan. Nolan ain't nowhere to see the arm bar fight either. His best friend is on the boat pushing Trayston, which is other best friend, back. Warren's brother is in the fight. I mean, and Warren and Nolan ain't nowhere around, gang. But after that fight, but look, y'all, after that fight, after that fight, though, look, y'all, right after that fight, Warren said he got on the boat. Listen, y'all, and the boat was sinking right after that. And Nolan all of a sudden appears in front of the boat with that girl. And Wyatt said, "Come on, get on the boat now, Nolan." So then where the hell was Nolan if he was that close to the boat when all of that shit was going on? Well, if he's right there in front of the boat, he had to see. He had to see whether he was in the water or not. He had to see the fight between Trayston, and he had to see his best friend Javon pushing Trayston on the boat.
So you
Because
think
all of a sudden, after the brother fought, and let's look at this. Let's track. Let's go ahead. Let's get into the commentary.
Can I say something real quick? Let me say something. Like, don't you think that if Nolan was in the water and then all this fight was going on with his best friends, melanated brothers, and it's kind of saying, you don't think that he would have got out the water at that point and joined in or break up the fight instead of just standing in the water and watching it? Then when you say the other part you just mentioned about the armbar thing, how, like you said, did Nolan disappear this whole time while all these fights were going on? And then
not if Nolan was fighting somebody else.
Right. So maybe I'm thinking this me again. If these brothers was fighting, maybe they're not telling us, but I'm thinking that maybe because of what happened to Nolan, maybe that's why the fights broke out. When they seen Nolan getting hemmed up and choked out, and they found out what was going on. Hey, what y'all did to our boy Nolan? That would make brothers fight. You feel what I'm saying? That's a natural thing that you're gonna be like, that's our boy, right? That's best friend. And what y'all done did to him? But you notice he was by himself when this made it happen, when he got choked out or whatever the case may have been. And then when they came and got involved in the fight, continued or whatever the case was, and they wanted to get them off and separate the boys. Now we kind of hearing it was two different fights, but nobody never asked the question, what were the fights about and where did they start from? Even during these interviews, I heard nobody say nothing about what started the fights. Who was in the fight?
They said it was over a girl.
But I mean, that's like I said, yeah, girl or money. But at the same time, who was the ones fighting? We need some names.
And then who else? Who was the person that said, "Give me my effing phone"?
We just got a breaking news service, Sam. There's been a letter that dropped. I'm about to get that. I'm getting it downloaded now to watch here in a second, but this is breaking news. Just hit. My mom just sent it to me. So I wish y'all could hear. Hold on. Nolan side eyes and dismisses the comment. Can y'all hear this? Snaps a photo or a video of a scenery or something. Wyatt had been sniffing the bug shug all. Can y'all hear this? Wyatt tries to grab his phone. Okay, let me. And Nolan jerks his phone because this feels like what would lead to Nolan's death later. Approximately 12 hours later, Nolan was already hanging. Can y'all hear that part? So I know to rewind it. So y'all from the beginning.
Yeah, I can hear it a little bit. You probably rewind it and come back with it.
All right, I'm about to play this again.
And see if you can pump it up just a little bit.
Can we put it on loudspeaker right there, babe? I'm about to put it on loudspeaker real quick, gang.
Okay.
This just came in. So this letter was wrote by somebody that was out there. They got the letter and everything. I'll put it out tomorrow. But this is breaking news. And this video right here, I got some gems in it, y'all. And I want y'all to pay attention. I'm going to drop a gem to y'all tonight. I'm going to show y'all that they never left that house. They never left. And you just heard Warren. Oh, let me see.
Update, and there's this odd letter. It looks like Service Sam here with a Nolan Xavier Wells update, and there's this odd letter. It looks like a journal entry that just hit the internet. Let me know what you guys think. It says July 4th. We go to the party, the island. We had alcohol. I may have drank half, if not a whole seltzer throughout the entire time. Was worried about returning for his second season, and he didn't want to ruin his chances. Cell service sucks here. Imagine something happening to you and not being able to call out for help. Nolan side eyes and dismisses the comment. Nolan snaps a photo or a video of scenery or something. Wyatt had been sniffing the bug shug all morning. Wyatt tries to grab his phone and.
So Wyatt was on that powder. And we don't see Wyatt. So Wyatt skiing. Wyatt skiing in the middle of the summer, y'all. Wyatt on that ski. Hit the like button, y'all. Let's go.
Has to put it, and Nolan jerks his phone because this feels like what would lead to Nolan's death later. Approximately 12 hours later, Nolan was already hanging on an inkling he shouldn't go to the pool party. Him and Wyatt have had some animosity for a while because Nolan was back and forgave easily and didn't hold grudges. He was the peaceful friend, the conflict solver in most of his social group. He had several, maybe 3 friends, grumps. I can't read the rest of that. Nolan was only put on the boat to be transferred back to the island around 3 to 5 a.m. July 6th. That's why he wasn't found initially on the island. He was stored somewhere cool and dark to keep from decompositioning admitted, but it was summer. He already started to have a hint of smell permeating the shaded area. It's an area of property him and his friends hiked or hung around in, and yes, it's one of his friends' properties. Somebody got a farm or a hiking trail, maybe both. Somebody cried. Somebody is scared to speak. Somebody was threatened. All of them are being haunted. Nolan decided to unfriend this group, and they couldn't accept it, the ultimate motive. Again, it's hard to read this letter. The kind of looks that of a female. I don't know. What do you guys think about this? Let me know in the comments. Secret Service Sam out, Samson for president of the world. Secret Service Sam here with a Nolan.
What do you guys think about that? That just came out.
That's kind of a lot of information, but at the same time, it's kind of like it told us a lot of news.
Yeah, because it ain't too far fetched from pretty much. We was almost in the area of saying the same exact thing.
So, but there is something that I saw that was real gory to me. That inside of that boat there is also a compartment that you can lift up, and it look like a refrigerator down in there. It's deeper than what y'all think. Did anybody see that?
Yeah.
It showed that boat got a whole compartment down there where you can store the whole body.
And see, that's why I think that's why I said what I said. The incident happened at the shore of that island. He was put on that boat, and that's where he stayed.
In a cool place, like they just mentioned.
And then when they after they called the police to come, they got their stories together, and they took that body back to that shore once Coast Guards and everybody stopped looking.
Yeah.
I want to give a shout out to the chat. Thank y'all for being so respectful in my chat and not spamming. I want to thank the panel, everybody that comes up and participates on this live, because I think I see a lot of people doing their live streams, and they know it all. They don't let people up. But I like the community that we have over here, and we able to just put our thoughts together because we all tracking in the same place. So it's good. That's why people come and they join us. But okay, so let's go ahead and let's get some of this intel that I put out today. I didn't get a chance to actually play it for anybody. But we also seen, I put it in slow motion right here. Right there. Right there, that looks like a melanated person. It's not clear, but they're actually fighting. It's up. Angel, you just put that video up? Okay, we got that up there too. So I want y'all to pay attention. Now that's the body. We don't know what it is. Thank you guys. Thank you. Okay, we know this is a dark body. We know that. So let's go ahead. I put it in slow motion the best I could, and I zoomed in. But that's all I got. But let's go ahead. There's a fight right here. Look, there it is. That's the fight. My bad, y'all. That's the fight. Here's the fight. Right there. That's the fight. You see somebody looking. Okay, they're watching the fight. Now, all of this is going on. Nolan's nowhere to be found. Okay, let's go.
So that's a fight in the water. They entered in the fight.
Fight broke out. Now, who was involved in that fight? Warren's brother, Carter.
So remember what we just said right here, Band-Aid Gang. Warren's brother, Carter. Thank you, Major Media. Thank you so much. Look, pay attention. Warren's brother, Carter. His brother name is Carter, right? But why are we finding out that Morgan is his brother too? Isn't that weird as fuck? But see, they never told us that. Band-Aid Gang, we beat you, had to bring this to the forefront. Now pay attention. I want y'all to track this. Warren's brother name is Carter, the one that went on the beach. So keep tracking.
Who trains in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. And by Warren's own admission, his brother put someone in an arm bar. And in case you don't know what that looks like, go ahead and look at that placement on.
So look at the arm bar. Over the throat, behind the back of the head. So this is what makes you think. If we already know that there was a wound in the back of the head, that shows foul play, and we still haven't got an autopsy, but you got the throat. You got the throat. They got his throat. And we got a abrasion on the back of the neck. So let's continue. So who knows how to do that, y'all? Carter. Who went and fought on the beach right after Trayston? Carter. Carter had a fight, and after the fight, they tallied up and they was ready to go. And that's when Warren said, let's get on the boat, Nolan, get on the boat now. But Nolan wasn't there for that, didn't see that fight. Nolan right there by the boat when they finna giddy up. But Nolan never seen the fight though. Nolan never seen the fight though, gang. But he was right there to be able to say, hurry up and get on the boat. Hurry up. If he right there, why didn't he just see the fight that happened with his homeboy? Because allegedly, that's who he was fighting. And that's who they hide. See, they hide in Carter too. Because y'all don't realize they hide in Carter. And where does Bart come in? Because Bart helped tow the boat. It doesn't look good on his resume. Bart also kept quiet. Doesn't look good on his resume. It's not because Bart beat up Nolan. Bart is just trying to not be on the scene because he was on the scene and he helped these boys get away. So either way, it don't look good for Bart. So don't think that Bart was in the fight. I don't think Bart fought him. I think that Bart helped hide what happened, and that's not going to look good for him. So now,
and also,
go ahead.
Also, they said the brother, the one that could that he was do the jitsu or whatever.
Yeah, that's what we watching right here. Right here.
So, he came to the island with his mother, with his stepmother, the judge.
Right, for 10 minutes. He said for 10 minutes, Band-Aid Gang. The mama came to the island for 10 minutes to take a picture? What?
And I believe she was one of those two adults that Javon said was on the boat that wanted to leave.
There you go. I was just about to say that. Good tracking. Master Stylist is one up, gang. Master Stylist on their neck. That's who I believe was one of the parents.
That's why she won't do no interview. That's why she haven't done no interview. Because if that was your stepson and your son or those people that close to you, and you say Nolan was their best friend and he been at your house so many times, why wouldn't you come on an interview and say, look here, we want to help do what we can to find out what happened to this child.
Right.
And this is the transparency you can have. I will have with my children, myself, whatever. This, that, and the third. Why haven't you done that?
Yep.
And has there been any communication between the parents? Because we hearing all the things with the children.
Just that one text.
But we haven't heard anything. Nolan's mom and parents, and these other parents that, like you said again, both. If your kids are best friends with somebody, you know their parents. Like they said, they knew the other kid. What's his name? Javon and the other kid. They knew them. They said they grew up with Nolan. Right? Javon and what's the other guy named? The names mixed up. The other guy that was the best friend to Nolan.
Trayston and
Javon was right. Trayston and Javon, right? They supposedly grew up with Nolan. So they've been friends a lot longer, and the mom has been on the interview saying about she knew about Javon's family and stuff like that because they grew up together. So all these other friends he kind of admitted they really didn't know these other kids. Jack and all these other kids, they made it known of them, but they didn't really know them as being best friends.
Exactly.
But you can
and
only
if
be
you
a friend. But you know, I'm gonna say this, y'all. I'm not, and I'm gonna just be honest. I'm not all the way, and nothing against you, Javon, but I'm gonna just keep it all the way 1,000 with y'all, gang. Javon is suspect to me, gang, because
Javon not telling the whole truth.
Tell us the whole truth, look, Javon. You look away, the boat gone. You need to be saying something ain't right. You need to be saying he already admitted that wasn't him. That he never left his phone on the boat. Now he said he spoke up and said that. But come on, Javon.
Did you say in that letter?
Come on, Javon.
Did you say in that
All
letter?
he said was he wanted Nolan to, whatever happened to Nolan, to for somebody to get I can't think of the words. I just had a brain freeze. But he wanted
justice.
Yes, there you go. For some reason I couldn't get that out. He wanted justice for Nolan's, unaliving. He did say that, but I think because of the way they are and the fear of somebody probably coming after him, his family or whatever.
I agree.
He's not gonna speak that. He's not gonna speak
They
that out.
probably already have threatened. They probably already have
Oh,
threatened
for sure.
his parents and family members and everybody.
But see though, didn't you say in that letter that guy was reading out? Didn't he say that didn't they mention that somebody was threatened and told not to say something? He used to play that tape back again and breaking.
Yeah, they did. So let me get through this right here. Let's go through this. So now we know about the brother, right? We know about the brother. Let's go back. Because I want y'all to, I put this together. I built this. So listen, y'all. Carter is the brother. And on that picture, I want y'all to see up there at the top, it's kind of blurry, Katie Hudson, and the last name is what's the last name? It is I'm gonna show it. It's the same last name as Morgan guy. Okay? So Morgan is also her son. Look at this twist. But they're not mentioning that Morgan Seymour. That's the last name, Seymour. So Katie Hudson Seymour. So Hudson is the same last name that Warren has, right, y'all? Warren's last name is Hudson. And at her last name on the end is Seymour, y'all. That's the same last name as Morgan. Where does this come into play? So let's continue. And why are they hiding that? Let's continue.
Carter, who trains in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. And by Warren's own admission, his brother put someone in an arm bar. And in case you don't know what that looks like, go ahead and look at that placement on the back of the head there. Spot look familiar? Given Carter's height, build, body type, this looks like it could be him. But one blurry, underexposed picture is not solid proof of anything, right? But we know Warren grabbed his younger brother and had him come over, hang out with them on their boat as they were sinking or whatever. And it would be pretty bad for their case if this was Carter on the Triton and then on Katie's boat at 6 o'clock. But now my attention turns to this person who a lot of people think is Bart. But in his hand, he is holding a cell phone. So I thought, why would Bart jump from his boat to the other boat holding a cell phone when other people have cell phones in their hands while Wyatt is on the phone in the picture? So while I was trying to compare pictures of Bart to the person on the boat that I can't identify, I found this picture with him with a tattoo from about 2 years ago. And it wasn't until just today that I stopped looking at the tattoo and I started looking at his wrist, because someone in the background of this picture has always stuck out to me, because my instinct always was like, is that Bart? Bart seemingly has a pretty pronounced mullet, as according to this picture, but this was definitely not on Bart's boat. I checked the seating and the covers, like it's not Bart's boat. Now, I think you pretty much get where I'm going with this, because then I remembered this bracelet. Pretty unique bracelet. Unique like the bracelet that Bart Jr. was wearing in that tattoo picture. And right here looks like it might be the tail end of a tattoo that wraps around the forearm, right in the same place that it would be on Bart. I've said for a while
building,
now,
y'all. Let's
the
go.
story about them calling Bart that morning to go out on the boat never made sense, because what 21-year-old didn't already have plans for 4th of July? So then the question is, who is driving Bart's boat? Which brings me back to this guy who some people have thought looked like Bart. However, we do know that he was on Bart's boat handing out drinks to people in that 7-second clip we've seen. Same hair, same glasses, same hat. By the way, did y'all know that Bart has a younger brother? The family resemblance is very striking. I mean, the real difference is that he's a little bit shorter and has a squarer jaw. And does anybody want to guess what his younger brother's name is? Brooks. Now, I seem to remember, and I can't remember exactly the context, a certain somebody talking in an interview about his buddy Brooks.
Left Nolan after somebody said this to them. Listen.
It was just like, I was in the general area of where one of our buddies was, where this altercation happened.
He lied.
And, I actually got into a conversation with a fellow next to me that wasn't even involved, and he told me straight up, he was like, if I was y'all right now, I would leave if we were gonna get hurt.
Why they never said this?
So why would that happen? Because the people on the scene seen something happen very bad.
Mm-hmm.
And they took, allegedly, Nolan's body after it's just looking like he was knocked out, pulled it on the boat, tried to revive him, and the boy was like, hey, bruh, what y'all, if I was y'all, I would get out of here, what y'all just did. See, that's when they started getting up out of there. See, he's letting you know it's not about the boat sinking. It was about somebody telling them they better hurry up and burn out after what happened. So he telling the truth right here. See, he exposed himself right here. It's not us talking. Again, it's them talking. So he just said, Band-Aid Gang, after we just seen that body get slammed and all of that, they picked up Nolan, like we seen the picture on YouTube, on TikTok going around, looking like somebody is like he's pulling somebody on the boat, and everybody looking over there. So somebody said then, hey, bruh, y'all need to burn up out of here, bruh, before somebody gets you. So they was thinking like they picking their homie up. Oh, he's just knocked out, man. We're going to get him back. And they moved a little bit off the shore to try to revive him, and they couldn't bring him back. And then whose boat it might have been on? Bart's boat, allegedly. But Bart's there. So Bart is like, man, now that's going to mess up his whole football career, because he's helping. And now they're covering it up. When that phone call came in and they started covering it up, that's what fucked Bart up. And him going along with it, and him hiding for so long, and the parents knowing parents, family ties, just like somebody said. So let's
and
get
that CETO call that they keep saying that ain't real. If you remember, there was a part on there that somebody said, check his chest.
See,
because that's when they probably was trying to do CPR or something like that to try to revive him.
That part. I see you down there, user, putting them in there, the governor, the judge, the Coast Guard, park ranger, etc. Need we say more on this channel?
And then you know that other picture where Warren was pulling that rope, and then that hand or foot came out, like flicked up. He probably wasn't all the way unalived at that moment. He probably was still moving around a little bit. But they couldn't really revive him right there because they were still right there at that shore part.
Now, I'm going to be honest about that part. When people, and when they say they seen a foot come up real quick, I seen it. That one, I just can't say I seen what people say that one.
I couldn't really tell what it was, but I
said they see 4 hands, and I'm like, where did the hand
I couldn't really tell, but it was something moved.
Something
What that
moved.
something was, I don't know.
We don't know. But I'm not going to say that was his body like some people say. That was Nolan, and then it didn't look dark. It looked like it was white or red or a funny color. It wasn't enough to convince me and take that and put that on my channel and just say, I'm not trying to sell no dreams, and I'm not trying to put something on that I'm not really for sure. I just want to keep it all the way the best we can over here. Everything's alleged. Do your own research. But let's continue to track, y'all. Watch, I built it.
Buddy Brooks
left Nolan after somebody said this to them. Listen.
It was just like I was in the general area of where one of our buddies was, where this altercation.
So where he messed up right here, Band-Aid Gang, he said one of our buddies was in an altercation. So really your brother. But see, this is Warren's brother. This is Seymour. This is his brother, gang. This is Morgan Seymour calling his brother one of their friends, one of their buddies.
Mm-hmm.
Hiding it when it's really your brother, gang. Your brother, which is Warren's brother, was into it, but now you want to switch it up and say it was a friend. But we know the altercation happened, right? Because we know Tristan didn't hurt nobody for real. He said he punched somebody, they punched him back. He was talking shit. But we know an armbar happened with your brother that you're trying to hide. That's your brother. Hit the like button, gang. We ain't got to live like this. We ain't got to fall for the lies over here on this channel. Because y'all didn't know until I brought it to the forefront that Morgan Seymour, because that's his name, gang, the same name as Kathy Hudson Seymour. So your brother got into it, gang. Not your buddy, your brother. And you don't want us to know that that's your brother. But I'm still figuring out how your brother, gang. What kind of shit y'all got going on up in that golf, gang? What y'all got going on, gang? You got your mama last name, and Warren got your mama middle name. I can't make this shit up, gang. What's wrong with the mama last name, gang? Put a one in the chat if this don't seem fishy. Warren got the mama last name, but he got the mama. How many last names this lady got? Master Stylist, Diamond Gang, and Dr. E.
Well, sometimes when people get married, and Warren may have the last name of what you said the last name was.
More than one time.
Is that his stepmother? Is that the stepmother or the biological mom?
We don't know, gang. They got so much weird stuff going on. But one thing I do know, the mama, Warren got the mama, her name go like this, Katie. So that's why I'm saying, gang, I don't even know if Katie is real, gang. I'm not going with this Katie. If there is no Katie, gang. There is another name. There's another name
similar to her.
There's another name, but I don't think it's Katie, gang. They trying to throw us off with that name.
Right.
I'm not going.
There was multiple girls that were involved. The person that was involved, the girl that was involved.
Thank you, Mad Judah.
For what they're trying to say, it was not Katie. It was a girl that favored Katie, kind of looked like.
Okay. Well, the mama name is Katie, gang. The mama name is Katie.
And I want to say that's his biological mom.
I heard that was his stepmama. So what I'm trying to figure out is Katie is the mama first name, and we looking for a Katie. We got a Hudson, which one last name is Hudson. And then we got a Seymour, which Morgan last name is Seymour. I said, damn.
And didn't Warren say his mother was on the island?
Yeah. Yeah, they said the mother was there.
Right, for 10 minutes. So let's continue to track. Let's track.
And that they said she came because supposedly she heard about this fight.
That part. Now.
But hold on. But that. Well, hold on. That's not true because so the fact that he said that she was on the opposite side of the island.
Yeah, he said she was on the opposite side of the island. So how
Yeah, I mean, maybe she came to that side of the island because she heard about them, you know, but she was there already.
Right. But don't believe that she was on the other side of the island. That's what they want us to believe.
Yeah, she probably was right there.
She was probably right there. We don't believe nothing they say. Nothing.
Now,
other side of the island. He called his mama 8 times and she didn't answer the damn phone. The picture didn't go through. The mama on the other side of the island, but she said she was over there for 10 minutes. But she said she was coming over there to take a picture with him. Why you stay ass on the other side of the island if you was over there to take a picture?
But see there.
Go
ahead.
What pair was that was in
But nobody had phone reception though. Isn't that what Warren said?
What pair was that in the video that said something in the back that was saying something like, damn it, Bart. What parent was that? Because that was a dope.
We don't even know if it was a parent. We don't know who it is at this time. But what I'm about to do is go get that video with Bart, and we gonna come back tomorrow. Now I'm gonna duck him again. I'm gonna duck him. I can't keep coming hard. I'm at the duck him again. I know y'all be wanting me to come on every day and pop my shit, but I got a duck, gang. Shit get crazy out here. They trying to give a motherfucker a lawsuit, and the shit that I'm saying get a motherfucker in trouble, gang. I'm telling you, I'm already there. So let's continue. So now we know. See, I done called them all out. The damn Knights of Columbus. Ain't nobody even on that yet. So a week from now, when they on the Knights of Columbus, know that y'all heard it came from me. So now here's the thing. So we got an armbar. Now he pretending like his own brother is his friend. See, this is the way I'm seeing shit. So let's go.
Happened.
He lying.
And I actually got into a conversation with a fellow next to me that wasn't even involved, and he told me straight up. He was like, "If I was y'all right now, I would leave before y'all get hurt."
Why? If I was y'all, if I was that group of people, I would leave here before y'all get hurt. All right. So now we know that, right? So let's continue.
Never said this before. Why they just now saying this?
Oh my God!
Look at Warren.
Y'all left no Warren.
Now look how he look, but he know he was there, and he like, damn man, you're doing too much dope. So listen, y'all.
The Warren right here.
Look at Warren. Did y'all see Warren stretch his neck? Like, bro, what you doing? He over there looking like Freddy Krueger, bro. Bro over there looking like Freddy Krueger, bro. Look at that. Look at little baby Freddy over there in the corner, bro, about to transform. He was like, oh, bro, what you doing? You talk, Look at Freddy, gang.
Is that which one is that? Is that Jack or is that Warren? Which
That's
one is that?
Warren over there. Warren over there looking like Freddy Krueger, gang. Look at this. Look how he stretched his neck, gang.
Oh my God!
Look at Warren.
Watch this.
Y'all left no Warren.
Look at Warren right here.
Look at he looking away.
Look how he acts.
Would have physically done something.
Nolan is dead.
In that moment.
Oh my God!
I think they were playing like almost like a mental game, like just to get into your head and
look at.
What was they playing a mental? See, this way he fucked up. Look how he looked down, gang. Look at, and we know who his family connected to. His family connected to the KKK.
Is that Warren or Jack? That's Jack.
That's Jack's right there in the middle, gang. Right there. That's Jack's. So we're about to do them all type of ways. Let me do them all type of ways. So let's listen to the last end of that part, so we don't miss a beat. We can't miss a beat. So he's saying they trying to manipulate him. I try not to miss nothing.
Now saying this.
Oh my God!
Look at Warren.
Y'all left no Warren.
Look at Warren right here.
Warren, y'all left Nolan.
Look how he acts.
Would have physically done something.
Nolan is dead.
In that moment.
Oh my God!
I think they were playing like almost like a mental game, like just to get into your head and
look at Warren. How Warren is looking.
Make yourself like
he fucked up.
Just think these things that
y'all. He finna say something very interesting.
He fucked up.
Here's the part that people keep circling back.
Now listen to this, y'all. Now we finna find out that that is Warren's brother. Now listen to this. This is how we found out they the same people. Look.
Katie's younger son.
Katie's younger son, right? Katie's younger son. Are you tracking me, Master Stylist?
I'm tracking.
Now, Katie's younger son.
Morgan Seymour.
Morgan Seymour, gang. We ain't got to make this shit up. Morgan Seymour is Katie's younger son. So which one is the youngest son if the son that do jujitsu was the youngest son? Hit the like button, gang. We ain't got to live like how many likes we got.
One of them is by his biological mom, and the other one is the stepbrother.
But they both of them holding the same last name, because her name go Katie Hudson, which is Warren's last name, Seymour, which is his last name. So that means they got the same mama, because why she got it ain't another mama, because Katie got both of their last name. She got his last name, which is Seymour, and she got Warren's last name, which is Hudson. Hit the like button, y'all. We right here.
So you'll be able to tell the difference if you just, I don't know, but if you just look up what the judge name is.
Okay, so we finna look at her judge name right here. Look, y'all.
That people keep circling back to. Katie's younger son, Morgan Seymour. Morgan Seymour is one of the three friends being represented by attorneys Edward Andrew Paltzik and Tyler Cox, alongside Warren Hudson and Jax Patalo. He traveled out to Horn Island on July 4th with the group. So according to Katie, she drove out separately with Morgan. She was there 10 minutes.
So she lied again. So she rolled out. Now we tracking again. We got some new shit. So I thought he was there. So now the mama fucked up again. And the mama said she came out separately. Look at what it said in the caption. With Morgan. So she coming out with Morgan. She was there for 10 minutes. So she rolled out there separately. Let's put this together. Diamond Gang, Dr. E, Master Stylist, do y'all got an idea, chat? What is she meaning by she rolled out there separately? Let's dissect this, because I don't want to be wrong. How do you roll out there separately with Morgan?
It sounded like she was bringing Morgan to drop him off. That's what it sounded like to me.
Diamond Gang?
But the fights were already happening.
Right. It sounds like that's another boat, number one. Number two, she's bringing him to the rest of them. Three, in the comments, somebody had mentioned the real mother's name and then the stepmother's name. So there's two different females.
So she came out there separately, right? But he saw everything that happened, right? He saw the fight. So guess what? She did too. That's why Jovan said the two parents on that boat was trying to get Tristan back to the island. Hit the like button. Now I hope everybody is tracking. So let's continue. There's more information.
She took a picture with Warren and she
took a picture with Warren and she left. Well, not turning to Warren. Warren said he was trying to get in touch with you. Your mama was on the other side of the island. So either your mama came over there ahead of time, which she never says that, and took a picture with you and left. And so that if she came over there and took a picture with you for 10 minutes and left, there's no reason she needs to be on the other side of the island missing 8 phone calls. Hit the like button. We running it up. Let's go.
Left, but Morgan didn't leave with her. Morgan stayed.
So Morgan came, she said, Morgan, the other son, Band-Aid Gang, came over there to the scene. So what that do? See, I'm on their ass, gang. I'm on their ass. That means she was right there. That means she was there when the fight happened. Because he didn't stay with her. She left. He on the scene. See, she trying to get away because she saw it. So when did she leave? Who did she leave with?
She sure ain't do nothing to stop it.
Did she the one that said that she had Nolan's cell phone? So who did she with? Because she didn't drive that boat over there by herself. Did I mention that? Oh, I must have left that part out. So who did she ride
and
the
so
boat?
that means there's other
Who drove the
people.
boat?
Right. Who else was on the boat?
But remember, Javon said it was 2 adults that was ready to leave after the fight.
Because she was on the same boat. She was on, that's why I tell y'all looking for 4 boats. There are 5 boats, gang. I've done this with the Dolph case. There were 5 boats. Instead of like the Dolph case, it was 3 people in the store and I found 4 people. Y'all looking at 4 boats, I'm looking at 5. Because everybody's knocking out the boat that what? Trayston came on that said he came over there with his uncle. Y'all forgetting that boat. Y'all spotted 4 boats, but ain't none of y'all said none of them boats was Trayston's uncle's boat. Why are y'all taking Trayston out of the, why are you taking him out of the story? He's still there, gang. Trayston's still there, and if you listen to this story, Trayston boat cut out around the same time that they did. Because they all left at the same time.
They all left at the same time.
So Trayston, what, gang? We got 5 boats. So
what's
we're only tracking 1 boat.
So I was going to ask. Okay, so with 5 boats, Nolan wasn't on none of those boats that went back.
He could have been.
So they say.
Well, I'm just saying alive. Let me say that. While he was alive, he didn't go back on none of them boats. The story is that he stayed supposedly behind with a Katie, the girl, that was supposed to be going back. What boat did she go back on? Because all them other 5 boats left. So why wasn't Nolan on one of them 5 boats?
Chris said Bart's father canceled that morning. Remember? Absolutely, I do. He probably went out with the judge. Bingo. Somebody having an affair. Somebody's having an affair, allegedly.
Who canceled?
Somebody having an affair.
Who canceled? C-Dub?
Bart's dad.
Canceled going out to the island?
Somebody having an affair. Maybe Nolan saw that in the phone. Maybe Nolan saw Bart Daddy hitting the judge from the back and he got mad. I said, damn. Hit the like button. That's all alleged.
My question real quick again was, if Nolan didn't go back on those 5 boats and he supposed to went back with Katie, and Katie went back on which of the 5 boats, and why was Nolan not on one of the 5 boats? That's a question I asked the panel.
I can't answer that question, but we know Nolan and Katie was on one of those boats. I can't answer why.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The reason I put that question out there because it doesn't make sense.
Bingo.
Why would Nolan back on any of them 5 boats? You gonna leave him on the island? You gonna leave bro on the island, man? What's y'all gonna do?
That part.
You see what I'm saying? I just want to put that out there like that to make it seem that story just fell through right there. If all 5 of them boats came back and he's supposed to be staying behind with Katie, and Katie was on one of them 5 boats and wasn't with Nolan on one of the 5, or didn't get the number, and Nolan didn't come back and he didn't ride back or whatever. With that point, y'all done left Nolan on the island. And then when they both got back, I won't say this last part, and I'll let y'all roll with it. But when they got back to the shore, nobody took a head count to make sure all the people came back that went out. I'm done.
That part. There you go, Dr. E. You point on. That's what we do over here. Now here's the thing.
So
Dr.
not
E.
only
Well said, Dr. E. Real facts.
Right, but not only was it these kids' negligence, but these adults' negligence as well. So
in that order,
we need to know how many adults was out there.
In that order.
Yep.
In that order.
Some head counts need to be done, and everybody needs to justify and clarify which boat they was on so they can number the boats. 1 boat, 2 boat, 3 boat, whatever. And then all the boats get lined up. Who drove this one? Who drove that one?
But that's
okay, let me see.
But Dr. E, I don't mean to cut you off, but that's the witchcraft of it. They also threw us again with only tracking one boat. We got 4 other boats breaking off, going other directions, gang, that we have no record of, gang.
But that's what I'm saying, because if the investigation was done right, each boat should have been numbered. Each boat should have had a driver, passenger. Everybody should know a head count of who was on each boat. I'm just breaking it down where it's supposed to be, because it's basically what I'm seeing here is no kind of organization. And you got all these kids that jumped on boats, rich kids, I'm just going to say the privilege with it. They're able to jump on boats with no licenses, with alcohol and everything else, and we supposed to believe they just went out to the island to go hang out. But it had to be some adults involved. It had to be some adults that can hand over some keys, like you did your 6-year-old with a car key to go to the movies with his girlfriend and his friends. He's able to drive, but then you got to take account of who he's riding in the car with and coming back with him. You feel what I'm saying? You gotta have as a
man. I love y'all, gang. I love y'all, bro. I love y'all, bro. We get over here and we be goddamn it cooking, gang. We ain't even gotta play the goddamn video. We ain't gotta play the video. We talking facts because everybody that's in the chat is really dedicated and really want justice and has been following shit just as long as we have.
That's what I'm saying, and that's why I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna let you rock the rest of the show.
Chat. Shouts out to the chat.
I'm gonna say this real quick. That's why I said that 70-80% of all the people on the internet, like I said, social media, people been following this, man. So when they come with all this bullshit, you see how we just tore it up? We tore it all up. If they trying to use that, or they using our information, like you were saying earlier, to kind of feed off what the social media is saying, dude, y'all, that's not gonna work. So you see what we're going with.
Though. That's why I'm ducking though. That's why I'm ducking. I gotta duck these people, gang, because that's what I be believing. I believe you notice that everything that I brought out everything ahead of time. Now y'all gonna hear about the Knights. Y'all gonna hear about the Knights of Columbus. Watch what I tell y'all. If you don't know, now you know. But at the end of the day, notice now when I brought up Javon, what happened? When I brought up Javon, next thing you know, Javon pops up and say, nobody brought up, it went a whole day and a half, and nobody spoke of that boy mentioning Javon's leaving his phone on the boat until I did. And when I did it, what happened the next day? Because they watching my channel, gang.
But they're gonna be behind then, because by the time they find out and the right people be in place, they're gonna be at their front door and they try to come up with the next interview.
So now what's gonna see come out tomorrow? What's gonna come out tomorrow is them correcting the part where he said that he wasn't at the house when they came to get the phone. Now listen to now we know Officer Tampon asked him, he said specifically, we already know that you wasn't there when they came to come get the phone, Warren. And Warren said correct. But we see plain and simple that Warren was there. That's good for the prosecution. That's good for the prosecution. That's going to put him in a clutch. The prosecution is going to ask that. And see, now they watching us, and now they got a counter off of what we just said. So if y'all see a cleanup, I'm going to bring it to the forefront. So let's continue to track now. We know that now we got to figure out, now we might even figure out, they might even come out and tell how Warren how Warren and Morgan is brothers and shit. Now that might come out now next. So let's continue.
Morgan was on that island for the duration. Morgan was one of the 3 boys who came back without Nolan. So Katie's presence on the island, however brief she claims it was, puts her in proximity to the events of that day. She's not a distant relative hearing secondhand accounts. She was there, even if only for 10 minutes, as she claims. She had eyes on the scene, she saw the boats, she saw who was where, and then she left, and hours later, an 18-year-old didn't come home. Now, the Teller House publishing analysis raises another point that I think deserves attention.
Deleted texts from Warren Hudson's phone has detonated the case.
Oh my God,
In a
y'all
July
listen.
5th group chat, Hudson tells Bart Edmondson, "Stick to the we begged him. He stayed with the girl's story. If anyone finds out we circled back after 6, we're finished. This is exactly what they've been hiding. A return to the island. It aligns perfectly with the secret witness seeing the 6:35 p.m. attack.
I knew
the
it.
6:42 p.m. photo showing two male silhouettes inflicting blunt force head trauma. Two independent witnesses and 6:17 p.m. camera placing Nolan on shore. The autopsies, neck bruising and defensive wounds, and the suspicious boat audio screaming, "Is Nolan dead?" Family lawyer.
Oh
They
my
didn't abandon
God.
him. They eliminated him. DOJ review is now urgent. Their coordinated lies just collapsed. Forensic recovery
Oh my
of deleted
God.
texts from Warren Hudson.
Not only have I found more evidence of a fourth boat, not only have I found a lie in their timeline, but I have also discovered a deep political connection, not only to a former governor of Mississippi, but to Turning Point USA. So first off, this picture has surfaced.
Now she said, now let's track. She said a connection to a foreign, a governor, right? A governor. See, they still on the governor. The governor is up in Jackson, right? Am I right? The governor is in Jackson, right? But guess where we at? We in Ocean Springs. And we talking about the mayor, gang. We ain't worried about the governor, gang. We worried about the mayor, gang. The Knights of Columbus, gang. The Knights of Columbus Temple in Ocean Springs. The Knights of Columbus cases with little boys. That's what we own. The mayor being a third degree Knights of Columbus. That's what we own. The Knights of Columbus got multiple charges, but yet and still they donate money to foster children, to foster girls. Now let's keep tracking. They donated money to a foster home for all girls that were sex trafficked. That were sex trafficked. So who are these little girls that we seeing in these pictures? Are they adopted by these doctors? And the doctors admit them to what? Prescription drugs because they are doctors. Band-Aid gang. Because Bart's daddy can prescribe prescriptions to children that suffer from trauma. So why ain't none of these girls step up, y'all? Why don't none of these girls step up for Nolan? Is it because they have big old sex parties around the pool? And they dropping these little girls off up in that little bayou to whoever spends the best ticket? Oh, am I making sense to you guys? Do you see how big this operation is? I broke this case, gang.
You cooking.
I broke this case, gang. All of them are doctors, gang. And Nolan's mama was too close to what was going on. So, all those girls that you see in those pictures, they may be adopted because they were sex trafficked. And only thing they did, these rich people, is adopted them. Because are you noticing these last names ain't mapping? There's a Katie, but there's no Katie. Katie ain't stepped up. So what's going to happen with Katie? I'm going to tell you what's going to happen with Katie. If there is a real Katie, then you know what she doing, Band-Aid gang? The reason why she ain't speaking, because they ain't offered a big enough bag. So if that bag big enough, she might, imaginary Katie, right? A fake Katie that was never there is going to pop up and say she was Katie. And the fake Katie is going to get paid to go up there and say, Nolan stayed on the island and went a different direction. She not gonna say what y'all been hearing that this Katie said, that we can't put a face on it. Oh, he went another way. Y'all don't know that person said that. That's hearsay. That's third party. But the fake Katie that pop up gang, she gonna say, nah, he was on the island. He didn't get on that boat. He stayed around. That's because they trying to find a fake Katie too, gang.
But if he stayed on the island, what sensible person was still on the island when all the boats are leaving and it ain't no Katie there?
But that matches their story, though. It'll match their story. It'll give
It'll
them their
match their
alibi.
story.
It'll feed into what they saying. And
This is what
another
I do,
thing,
y'all.
what I wanted to say too, as the lady was saying that they're connected to Turning Point USA. You know
Bingo.
who else is connected to them? You know
Tell
who
them,
else is connected to
tell
Turning
them,
Point?
sis. Tell them.
Tatum.
Bingo. And you know what? I got that on Tatum too. But you know, Tatum is also connected to the Knights of Columbus. Diamond popped their ass on that one. So Diamond found out that Tatum, Tampon is connected to them. The Tampon is connected to the Knights of Columbus. So
I was like, get it right.
Right, Tampon. So here's the thing, y'all. A sex trafficking ring. That's why the parents drinking with them. They partying in the pool with grown men. The girls drinking in the parents' pool. They don't give a fuck because they ain't their kids for real. They're not their kids. They're not their children. These children allegedly are adopted children that allegedly probably were getting sex trafficked. That's why Trayston said he was offered at first. Then he switched it up and said, I was begged to go on the boat because my uncle had 12 people and none of them was going to help. My uncle said, when we get there, he don't need me anymore. He said I could do whatever I want. He just need me to get out there to drop some stuff out and pick something up. What your uncle go pick up, gang?
Those were people. Because they was
Those were
transported
people, gang. What did your uncle just need to go out there real quick for?
Because he said people that was
Did
on
your
there couldn't
uncle
help.
drop off a couple of them females that was on the boat to another group of people since that island is not being surveillanced the right way? Did your uncle take a couple of girls that was paid for by allegedly maybe some people from Louisiana, because that ride they boat from Louisiana, or the people that ride they boat from Mobile down there and there, the rich people in the Mobile area, come on around that thing on their boat, pick up some females for the 4th of July, ride them back to their little island part over there in that Gulf. Because you know why I know? Because I was just down in the Gulf. You got the Mobile part, you got the Houston part, all of that Gulf, all of down through there, them people riding them boats, moving around.
And you know another thing too? The so-called Katie, another friend Ava, all those girls, you know, it was a party supposed to be at Ava's house, which her father is something dealing with I want to say the police department or something.
But here's the thing. Can I say this to you, Master Stylist? I don't believe that there's an Ava. I just don't. I don't believe it was an Ava game.
You think any of them girls?
That they was at. I still believe when you listen to the story, and we gonna get there, they was at Jack's house, gang.
Do you think those girls?
Never, when you listen to the story real good, they never left.
C-Dub, can you hear me?
I hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, do you think any of them 12 girls or whatever may have been on that boat, may have been at these parties, maybe these fake girls' names, the Avas and the Katies, and do you think those girls, you got those names?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, absolutely.
That's what I'm saying, because you got to think too, when the father said he went to go get Nolan's keys, and Jax acts like he didn't know where the keys were, a girl walked up behind him and said, Nolan Keys is on the Xbox.
Bingo. And then here go another story too, Dr. E. When you listen to it, and I got it on the timeline, I'm cooking tonight. When you listen to it, when you listen to Warren's story of the keys being given to Javon mama is different than Javon's mama story. Javon mama's story said that a girl brought them the keys, not them. But when you listen to these boys tell that story, you never even, when you listen to the last interview they did, they just talked about guys being in the house. They never mentioned Javon's mama coming in that house.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
They just mentioned boys coming in there. They never said a woman came in there asking any questions on the last interview they did. But Warren did on his first interview. He mentioned the mama. But when all three of them was talking, they never mentioned the mama, because I'm telling you, they never left the house, bro. The house that they said that they was going swimming at and where they was partying at was the same house they was at. That's why Javon mama said she looked in a GPS and there was a whole bunch of people there. And a girl gave them the keys. But when they're telling the story the other day, there was no girls in that house. It was just boys. But Javon mama said it was a bunch of people at that house when she looked at it, and they was in the house with the lights off. And a girl brought her the phone, gang.
Yeah, Jack had mentioned too that when he was on the phone, remember when he said he went and found the keys or something? He said he was on the phone with another guy or buddy, whatever they keep the code words for, that made that phone call. Remember when he said he did go get the keys?
Thank you. I'm going to keep, yep, you're right, Dr. E. We're going to apply the pressure, and that's what I'm doing. Listen to the story again, everybody. They never left the house. Warren said he went downstairs. Let's take the daddy out the equation. They want to seem like there was an adult there. Could have been. But whoever that adult was the relative of Jack's, because he went downstairs and he made a phone call to Nolan's mom. He made another phone call to the Coast Guard. He never left. And that's when you pay attention to Jack's. Jack said he just went into a room and he balled up in a circle and he was just thinking about everything. And next thing you know, boom, 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 it's a knock at the door. Because they never left, gang. Hit the like button. I don't play no games. They never left. Go listen to the last interview. All of a sudden they skip over and Jack say he just was tripping about all of it. And he went in the room and he balled up in the circle. And he just was just thinking about everything. And next thing you know, it's a knock at the door. But guess who's there? Warren's there. And Morgan is there. See, what y'all not realizing, and I got the clip. They was tracking that they was on their way with Nolan's phone, gang. They knew them boys was already on their way. That's why he balled up in the ball. But Morgan tried to switch the story and say they was watching them go on their way to the house to go get the keys to another house. But how you going to another house to get the keys at Wyatt's house when the keys was in the same place? The keys was where at, Band-Aid Gang? At Jack's house. They tried to say they was going to Wyatt's house to go get the keys and stuff. But the keys all along was at Jack's house, gang. And they said they tracked them, that they was going there. No, y'all was tracking them way before then. That's why Jax got into a ball, because he knew they was on their way. And that's how they knew they was on their way, because Nolan got friends that knew exactly where he was at too, gang. And they was connected to his phone, and they was watching them come straight to where they was at.
Because the father did say, because the father did say it was some of Nolan's friends.
Look, they was looking at Nolan. This how you know right here. Watch this. They was looking at Nolan's phone because guess what? How you know they was looking at Nolan's phone? Because Javon mama was looking at them. If Javon mama is looking where they at, right, on her way to the phone, right? Y'all peeping what I'm saying? That means
they all had each other. They all had each other.
Look, y'all. This how we know. This how we got them. Javon, picture this. Javon mama looking at them. She said it's a house full of people at that house. So she looking at them, right? So that means that phone is connected to Nolan's phone. Whatever phone she got is connected to Nolan's phone, right?
They all was connected.
So that means that they looking at her on her way. They already looking at Nolan phone, seeing that she on her way, y'all. Because she looking at them, so they gotta be looking at her. So that's why Jax balled up into a ball, because they knew they was coming, gang. That's what they was tracking. That's how we know that they was in Nolan's phone, gang. Because she looking at them, and they looking at her on their way. Hit the like button, gang. They had Nolan phone, and they was in Nolan's phone. And they can't come back and lie and say Nolan's phone was dead. Now they can't go back and say Nolan's phone was dead. You know why they can't go back and say Nolan's phone was dead, Band-Aid gang? Because they actually showed that it was tracked. Because Warren said, hey, where's Nolan's phone? And Wyatt said, he said, because I keep it tracking on, and it said it was in Wyatt's truck. So they can't come back and say the phone was dead. So now they got to eliminate, the phone was dead, we couldn't track nothing. No, gang. Now they can't go back and say the phone was dead, because that would have been another good alibi to say the phone was dead. But now we know the phone was active. It wasn't dead. It wasn't dead, gang. And we got another lie, that the phone, that they went to the dock and had to wait. Remember this story, because they're going to have to answer to that too. That when they all said that Javon left his phone and they had to wait at the dock till some other people came and got their phone, we ain't never hear them say they waited at no dock and gave no other extra people they goddamn phone. The GPS showed exactly where all them dudes went. Hit the like button.
Yeah, that didn't make any sense too. Why did they have everybody collect phones and take everybody's phones? That didn't make sense.
That part. Let's go.
In which it's clearly the group of boats a little bit further out in the water altogether. Now here's what is supposedly Bart's boat. We can see the garment on top, can confirm this black boat from this.
There, that looks like somebody is carrying a melanated person, gang. Who is that person carrying on the boat? That's Nolan's body. Allegedly. Who is he hauling in the boat? And y'all seen the original picture with all them people sitting there looking.
Looking dead at him.
Who is he pulling to sit down on that boat, gang? Because we know that body look brown. It ain't the same color. We see the arm hanging. We see the shoulder. We see that's brown, gang. We not dumb. That complexion and that shade ain't matching your shade. So the math ain't mathing. See, I'm cooking. Let me cook again. Let's go. We got a timeline. We building. We ain't tearing shit down.
Other picture. We can see Wyatt's Triton right here, and we can confirm that by the motor.
Stop believing that it was 4 boats, gang. It was 5 boats. We are not counting fake-ass Trayston's uncle's boat. 5 boats, gang. Because anything could have been on that boat. Because it was 12 motherfuckers on that boat. 12 motherfuckers on one boat that just didn't cut out for nothing. You think a boat full of 12 motherfuckers just cut out because he was angry? Stop playing with me, gang. Just because one dude is angry, they left the island that fast. When he said specifically, I don't miss a beat, he said that they was planning on leaving early. All of them had planned on leaving early. Hit the like button. We ain't got to live like this. Let's go.
As you can see right here, has that black stripe on the white motor. Now, in between the 2 boats is the Palm Beach. You can clearly see it later.
Why is another man
that black stripe on the white motor? Now, in between.
Hey, me and none of my friends took no picture, gang. With my friend hand all on my ass every time we take a picture.
Strange activity.
Every time when I saw the guy right there, I said, he Fruit of Balloon, gang. You can't tell that dude Fruit of Balloon. And you know who that is, don't you? That's Jax, ain't it? If I'm not mistaken, that's Jax. So Jax Fruity Balloon. And ain't no telling why his shorts is all the way up on his ass. Huh? Them ain't the same shorts that them folks had on that boat now, gang.
And they taking a lot of pictures with, like you said, guy pictures. Where are the girls at? Cause they
Where
had
the
all them
girls
girls.
at, gang?
Like
Where's
no
we with
girls.
the female, y'all? Why ain't no females? Because somebody is tender, gang. Don't forget about them. All boys. And you got to be 18 to become a member of the Knights of Columbus. Do your research. Type in how much they get paid. Type in sex trafficking, Knights of Columbus. Type in all they charges. Do your own research. And then take some of these people's names and tie it in. See, I ain't got that far yet. But I'm on their ass. Don't no man, and y'all seen this picture. Where is your hand at, gang?
A lot of shirtless
Where
pictures.
your palm at? Where's his palm at on his ass?
Drinking alcohol, and then no females. All the females supposed to be. You got all these guys that's on the island. Where are the females at?
Right. And when dudes start wearing Mardi Gras beads, gang? When dudes, that's what women do, gang. Where we at now? We living like this? We gonna sit up here and act blind and say that these boys don't look a little greasy? And right here, this don't even look like they done stepped in the goddamn water. Hit the like button. Why ain't his pants wet, Angel? Why ain't none of they pants wet? And all the pictures that we see is them motherfuckers sitting up in the water like some goddamn reptiles. Hit the like button, gang. Why ain't none of they pants wet, Band-Aid gang? Ain't they been sitting in that goddamn water? Why am I getting suspect pictures of this Nolan face picture that look like they took that same face and AI'd it and put it on other bodies? Well, let's go and continue to build and not tear shit down.
The two boats is the Palm Beach. You can clearly see it labeled, and it's got that stripe, right? As you can see, the stripe is there, and yet there's a design right here and no Palm Beach. And you may be like, Jay, that doesn't prove that it's a different boat. Maybe we just can't see it, even though it should be right there according to this picture. But if you look in this video, you can see that there is a black propeller.
Now tell me, all them in that water and ain't no goddamn draw, ain't nobody pants wet. Let's continue.
Propeller right there. See black propeller, and you can very clearly see the Palm Beach right there on the side. But if you look really carefully in this photo, you can see right there a black propeller. There's another boat on the other side of these three boats. And given the lack of the name on the boat and the black propeller, I'm going to assume the Palm Beach is on the other side, which means there's 4 boats right here. Then I rewatched Warren's interview.
And I woke up at my buddy's house, and we went to McDonald's, got food. No one was not with me. And
okay, let's do them all type of ways. If something ain't going on, gang, I'm about to do them all type of ways, y'all. Angel, if something ain't going on, then tell me why some strange motherfucker took the picture then. Who took this picture and said, man, I'm finna go in and zoom in on that boat and just take a picture of it, gang? Stop playing with us. We winning over here, gang. Who just said, I'm gonna take a picture way over there at them boats? Because something was going on over there, gang. Who took the picture? Why did they take this picture? And they way over there? Because it was trouble going on over there, gang. Who took the picture, bro, on this boat? Said, let me go ahead and zoom in. There's some shit going on over there. Let me take a picture, gang. Ask yourself that question. Who took the picture? And why did they take that picture? From way over there. Way over there, somebody just decided, I'm going to just take a picture of them motherfuckers way over there. Hit the like button.
Somebody was watching them. Somebody was watching all of them.
Exactly. So let's continue to eat.
Other side, which means there's 4 boats right here. Then I rewatched Warren's interview.
And I woke up at my buddy's house, and we went to McDonald's, got food. No one was not with me. And I went and got breakfast. I had my buddy's boat hooked up to my truck. And well, first I ran to my house, then I went to McDonald's and came back, and the boat was already hooked up to my truck. My buddy Wyatt and I went and with my buddies, we went, filled the top of the boat off, loaded it down with ice, and just got everything ready. Then Wyatt went and put his smaller boat in the water, which is the Palm Beach. He's an 18-foot Palm Beach, and I drove the boat from Fort Bayou boat launch to my buddy's grandparents' house, and that's where we all planned to meet up that day.
So Wyatt had his buddy's boat already hooked up to the back of his truck. He said he and Wyatt and his other buddy went and got ice and filled up the boats. And Wyatt went and put the Palm Beach, his smaller boat, into the water. And we know that there was a second boat, the Triton, that was driven by Wyatt. Wyatt had 2 boats in the water. Who was driving his other boat?
Nolan was on Wyatt Pyron's 22 Triton.
At this point in time, Band-Aid Gang, I know all of y'all be worried about the boats. I'm beyond the boats. I'm way beyond all the boats, because you know why? We got to get a boat situation up, bro. Why we got to get a boat situation up? Because they're only tracking one boat. Who cares about the boat, gang? Who cares about the Triton and the man, I don't give a damn about that boat, bruh, or what boat y'all was on. I care about Nolan. I know right now we can't really give a damn about the boats because we got 5 boats that could have went all different directions. But they tracked one boat and where it went. When Nolan could have been on a whole different boat, but they got us looking at one boat. Hey, get a boat game up, bro. We passed the boat. We gotta look for different clues because they fucked us with that. They fucked us with the boats because we only tracking one boat, and they didn't had enough time to clear out that GPS. That we only got one fucking boat, gang. Fuck how many boats it was. We want that phone. We going from what they saying. We going from what they saying. The boat ain't gonna make no difference. We need to know who Katie is. We need to know if for the prosecution that when this dude just sat up there and said that Javon left his phone, we need to go get Javon's phone and see if Javon's phone to debunk what he said ever went to where he was at, or did Javon ever go? So now Javon got to go against them in the courtroom and be like, nah, you lying. To make these dudes look guilty, because I did not leave my phone on that boat. They got to debunk the fact that he said he sat on the dock and waited to give other people his phone. They got to see if the GPS stopped at a dock and to give up the phones. You see what I'm saying? That's what we looking at. All the little flaws that the prosecution is going to catch their ass in the lie. That's the only thing winning for us. How many boats it is? We got to get somewhere intense, more people to speak up, like they starting to speak up, to be able to expose they fucking lies. Now we got another lie. The prosecution says, well, you said on Officer Tampon's channel that you wasn't there. Officer Tampon, they're going to look at the video, and he's going to say, nah, I wasn't there. Then the prosecution going to say, well, right here, it's clearly that you're at the house. Now you're at the house. And on this story, you're telling that there's a whole bunch of guys that's coming in the house. But on this one, you're not mentioning any time seeing Javon's mom or his sister. So it's not matching. And there was girls at the house. You're saying that you're going to say, who brought him the phone? Who brought her the phone? Was it girls or you, Warren, or Wyatt? Because we're getting a story that's seeming like you, Warren, and Wyatt was the only ones at the house. And y'all got a phone call from a girl. But we see that you just said over here, and Javon's mama, so she gonna have to come to the forefront. So we got to see if she lying and said that a girl came and brought her the phone. See, the reason why it took so long was because they was tracking Wyatt. Wyatt was the one coming. I don't believe that Morgan was in the truck with Wyatt. No, I do believe Morgan was in the truck with Wyatt. Jax and Warren was at the house. So Wyatt and Morgan was coming with that phone, tracking them other guys coming. That's why it took them 15 minutes to get the phone, because they had to wait. Because remember, the phone was in Wyatt's truck. That's what they said. And when the truck got there, guess what happened, gang? That's when the phone came out. So they had to wait. And see, they was already tracking them guys coming on their way to the house with Nolan's phone, because the mama was watching them. That's why the phone was moving. That's why she said 2 locations. Hit the like button, gang. Yep. He balled up in the ball because they called and said, hey, bro, they on their way to the house. I'm looking at them right now. And guess what? Jabbar mama was looking at him too. So he got into a ball. Remember, Jack said, I balled up in the ball. I was just so confused, everything, because he knew they was coming. And next thing you know, boom, there they go. But Warren, you said you wasn't there. Now hit the like button. I'm doing them all type of ways. Let's go.
On the way out, I went with my buddy Bart because we had a lot of friends from college coming down. And
well, Bart, you're going to have to answer to that too. Bart, you got to answer to that because you wrote the note saying that you wasn't there. So Bart, now they all going against each other. Let's go, gang.
Bart, I called Bart that morning. I was like, hey, man, can you take your boat out? And he was like, yeah, well, my dad's decided not to go, and I'll take the boat and I'll take you and your friends. Of course, I mean, he's a buddy of mine. And so Bart pulled up at the dock, and I mean, I rode out there with Bart and a lot of the girls that go to college with my friends and I. And
a lot of girls that go to college with my friends and I. They go to college. We're going to need to see if any of these girls is in college. We don't even know none of these girls' name. We're going to have to track some of these girls, but see, they ain't going to investigate like that, gang. They not going to go. She got to have a fire-ass team. She got to go get, goddammit. You know who she got to go get? She got to go get, what's his name? Manny Aurora. She got to go get Hernandez Govan lawyer. She got to go get Manning Arroyo. She got to get one of them. She got to get a Arab. She got to go get a Chinese motherfucker. She got to get somebody, a badass Chinese lawyer, a badass Indian, somebody that don't like white people. She can't go get a Jewish lawyer because he probably be goddamn it with the shit.
Now she don't get the racists to start coming out the woodwork saying that you racist, man.
I'm not. I'm just keeping it. I'm saying it. She got to get somebody, gang. She got to get a Chinese guy, bro.
You're saying, you know how they get in the chat. They say, oh, he being racist.
My bad.
So,
my bad, y'all. She got to go get a Chinese guy, gang, or she got to go get Manning Aurora. Go get Manning Aurora. Manning Aurora gonna put his team on the ground. She need Manning. Somebody said a lawyer from Iran. I said, damn.
Hey, I'm just trying to keep it balanced here, but point though, you know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to keep it left.
Mello said she need to go get a lawyer from Iran. I can't make this shit. You ain't lying, gang. I need an Iranian lawyer, gang. Somebody tell the team, bro. Somebody tag her to text.
Oh, man.
That is too funny.
They need to get Manny Aurora, bro. That's the only way we gonna win this, bro. We got Ben Crump to get it in the media like we needed to. Thank you, Ben Crump, for that, so the media can start paying attention so they get this shit nationwide. Now we got to flip up and go get us an Arab lawyer or an Indian lawyer, gang, or a Chinese. We need, matter of fact, she need she need a Chinese, one of them Chinese, he do the investigation. Then she need an Arab dude, he's strictly on it, he doing the mathematics. Then she got a goddamn Iranian dude, and he just mad at, he just filling out there. He making sure the whole circle is complete.
Hey, you covered it on that. Now you can't say you did that. You played that up real good. You did that though. You cooking for real now. You cooking. I'm just laughing now.
They gonna make my channel.
Makes sense
That
though.
they-
Diversity
We
always
gonna
helps.
MIA, gang. Y'all just pay attention to community
Diversity
wall.
always
We gonna wait for 2 days now, gang. They taking niggas channels, bro.
Hey, we for diversity over here. Okay.
I'm not trying to be on that list, bro. They gonna try to put me on that list.
Yeah, you diversify that one right there. We good now. Just like you cook that on out.
Wait 2 days, bro. Hide your kids, hide your wife. Hide your kids, hide your channel. Cause they taking everything out.
You flipped on that.
They take.
Put
You
rice
dumb
in
or
there.
is you stupid?
Stir fried and you did everything on that mother. Bam! Now, what y'all gonna say now, Dad?
Are you stupid or are you dumb? Are you stupid or are you dumb? Nah, we Band-Aid gang, BAG bag, we bag gang, we bagging them up. Let's go, gang. Let's continue.
And Nolan rode out on the Triton, and then we had a Palm
We don't
Beach,
care about them
80
boats,
Palm Beach.
gang.
There was 4 guys on that.
We already
There was
passed the boat.
8 people on the Triton, and then there was 8 or 9 people on the Triton, and then there was the rest of the group, which was ranged from maybe 10 to 15 or 16 people.
Now wait a minute.
All of 10 to 16 people at game. That's a distraction. Let me go through this. Now, just to get to the meat and potatoes. Now, let's get to this. This is important.
Was the one driving the Palm Beach.
We don't care about the
there
boat.
are more GPS coordinates.
This is what we care about, gang. We don't care about the boat. Who was on the boat?
In the report than what we have seen publicly. I'm gonna play you a clip from the interview, but remember, at 5:30 is when they started picking up regular speed. All right, it's right here, 525 speed miles, 30 to 35 knots. So here we go.
Planed off, and you have water in the boat, and you're hauling. You know, we're going pretty fast.
You're hauling the body. You're hauling.
Hauling ass.
You're hauling cocaine allegedly. He hauling that cocaine. He hauling methamphetamine. Whole bunch of chicks. Whole bunch of new girls. They just swapped out. Now remember, y'all, they just swapped out chicks or they just swapped out guys. We don't know. But we know we beat you. So let's continue.
We're going probably 40, 42 miles an hour. And so all that excess water that was built up in the boat is coming out of the boat. So, I mean, that's what we had to do. So we ran into Fort Bayou, and we didn't just run straight to my buddy's grandparents' house. We ran into Fort Bayou. A couple of us jumped in the water.
They didn't. So what we need to be hearing right now, when the prosecution hit Band-Aid, hear the part when he said,
He said he jumped in the water. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what he said. He jumped in the water. Wait a minute. He admitted they went to his buddy's house. They kicking it, jumping in the water. Forget what happened to all this other stuff they've both been going back for. I ain't got lost there. Bring me back.
All right. So this is where he messed up, because the story was that they stopped at a dock and they had to wait. Remember that story? Prosecution gonna say that. What happened to you stopping and waiting to give other people their phone, like Javon? Because you said you took off with Javon's phone. So did you get Javon's phone? Did Javon come and pick up his phone?
That's what I was wondering. Okay,
See,
yeah.
Javon, see what they did was threw Javon under the bus. Javon got to be madder than 10 people right now, dog. Javon got to be madder than 10 people, bro. Because now you done threw Javon like, hold on, bro. So that's good that he said that. Because now he got to battle Javon. And they got to figure that out. So now he done brought Javon into the case, y'all. If this go to court, Javon got to come in. Javon finna get subpoenaed to court. He just subpoenaed Javon, gang. But he got to show us that, and I believe he probably did not have Javon's phone. Maybe that was a reach out to Javon to say, hey, bro, we'll pay you, brother. We want to pay you some more money if you say you was there and got your phone. But that ain't gonna look right for Javon, because Javon said all that stuff about it ain't likely for nobody to just leave their phone. And he gonna have to clean that up, gang. I said, damn. So let's continue.
And Wyatt, like the whole reason for the stop was so Wyatt could hop in and put the plug back in the boat.
No, the whole reason for the stop was probably to drop Nolan body somewhere and let him float under the water for a little while till y'all came back and picked it up. Or what you did was, because you said your other story, you lied and said that you hopped in a car at some point. Remember what he said? He hopped in a car at some point. So he lied on here and the prosecution go get him on that. So what did you do when you hopped in that car, gang? Did you take Nolan's body down there to the Knights of Columbus over there in that building and waited until the coast was cleared in, came back down Washington Street and got back in the boat and rode off? Yeah. We on your ass. We gonna do you all type of ways. Let's do them all type of ways. I'm on your ass. You need to stop talking around me, gang.
So then after that, we went and docked it, and I went back to my buddy's house, and we ate, and
went to the buddy house. Who is the buddy house? Now let's track. They docked the boat and they went back to the buddy house. Now start tracking. The buddy house is the house that they stayed at the night before. Whose house did they stay at the night before? Jack's house.
Yeah.
Now we back at Jack's house.
He called him Buddy.
Now we back at Jack's house. Let's continue to track.
Won't just say his name.
Right. But he the buddy now. He buddy. Just like Eva, they yelling all the females' name, but they ain't yelling all the guys' names. Because these females, 9 times out of 10, shit, they orphans anyway. They ain't trying to go back to the orphanage. They ain't trying to go back to the orphanage. Let's go, gang.
Napped for a little bit. It was a long day at Don's.
Now you heard him. He said that they took off going 40 miles an hour, and they didn't go to his buddy's grandparents' house, but they went to Fort Bayou.
They didn't go to the buddy's grandparents' house. They didn't go to the buddy's grandparents' house. They went to the bayou. Let's continue.
Go do a plug thing. Except right here, 5:44, vessel arrives at El Camino Road. 8 minutes later, then it departs from El Camino Road and headed east into Fort Bayou. So right there, we have a lie. The boat did stop before going into Fort Bayou. 6 minutes later, it comes back to El Camino Road, and the vessel departed El Camino Road half an hour later.
They posted it up for a half an hour.
The track can tell everything, don't it?
But remember, we're only tracking one boat now.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's one boat. Now we got 4 other boats, maybe 3, if they want to say it's 4.
No trackers.
We got 4 other boats that we don't know shit about or where they went. They didn't disappear with all type of girls on them. Remember, it's all type of girls on these boats, y'all. But they coming back to the party. They coming back to party, but they ain't on the. Where they at now, though?
They ain't on no pictures either.
Right. Where the girls at now, though, gang? We want to know where the girls at.
We only seen 2 girls this whole thing with the ones that was in the pool with them that was together.
Right.
There was no other whole time. So that makes it a little suspect. It's like, where are these dudes on the pictures together? All these shirtless pictures with alcohol, and it's all guys. Where the girls at?
Right.
That's a whole bringing girls out there, right? But then we don't see the girls. But girls were out there on what's his name boat? What's his name?
Gang, out of them whole pictures, Dr. E, we probably seen 3 girls out of all them pictures we done seen, gang. I can't make this shit up. Put a 1 in the chat, gang. Out of all the photos we done seen, gang. And I got some shit for you. We done seen
really,
I wouldn't even say 4. I'll say 3 girls we seen, gang.
I think it's 2. The ones that was in the water is 2 girls, right? Those are 3. I think it was 2 girls in the water. That's the only ones I've seen.
Where the party boat at, gang? Where the party boat with all the girls at?
Then dudes standing behind dudes with the shirts off, drinking alcohol all the time. Like that's a little suspect.
Now
Hey,
let's
but I'm just
continue.
It's southwest to St. Martin Bayou and then turned southeast into Biloxi Bay Bridge. Then they went back to the Bayou Boat Launch. Then the boat was taken to Cardinal Lane, which was Wyatt's residence. Now, because I am an absolute genius, I was able to find it. This was where they left and where they came back that day, then came back several times. Now, first off, why aren't we seeing footage of them returning that day? We know that Nolan was with them when they left. So why do they have the security cams from that morning?
The reason why this is what they do. Now this is the reason why. They say they left from here, right? Now this is what I'm finna do y'all all type of ways. Because really, they never came back here, gang. They could have, allegedly, but I believe that they went back to Jack's house. So let's continue.
But not that night. Whose grandparents live there?
Whose grandparents live at that house? Uh-oh. Wait a minute. So, wait, hold on. Wait a minute, gang. Hold on. Now we really on some shit. Hold on. Let's see what she just said.
Aren't we seeing footage of them returning that day? We know that Nolan was with them when they left. So why do they have the security cams from that morning, but not that night? Whose grandparents live there?
Uh-oh, we got it. Told you. I ain't got to live like this. We beat you. Didn't I tell y'all? Man, see, this is the reason. This is the reason, gang.
Who grandparents live there?
Jack's. There it is.
That's what I want you to just say.
Didn't I tell y'all they never left? Didn't I tell y'all they never left? I'm nervous now. Jack's. Let's see it again, gang. See how they all related? I thought that was Wyatt's house, gang. I thought that was. Hold on. Let's double check again. Let's do it again. We don't miss a beat.
And where they came back that day, then came back several times. Now, first off, why aren't we seeing footage of them returning that day? We know that Nolan was with them when they left. So why do they have the security cams from that morning, but not that night? Whose grandparents live there? Jack Spatalo. Whose
Did I mention that?
Letting that sink in.
I must have left that part out.
That's why he had that look in the middle when the other dude was telling all the other stuff, and he had that look like, Jack was in the middle, remember? And he was sitting there looking at the what's his name, Morgan, tell her everything or whatever, and he looking at him with that look like. Yeah.
Band-Aid gang, didn't I tell y'all? They never left, bro. They never left. So the house that they was at the whole time when he said that he was talking on the phone to Nolan's mom, he was at Jack's house. I told y'all. Now look, y'all. Let's listen. Told you they never left.
from that morning, but not that night. Whose grandparents live there? Jack Spatalo, whose family owns a pharmacy. It goes back.
Now, back to the drugs, back to the dope. The family owns a pharmacy, gang. We got the Knights of Columbus funding little girls' orphanages and suffer from trauma from sex trafficking. Little girls. Now, let's continue. Let's build.
That night, whose grandparents live there? Jack Spatalo, whose family owns a pharmacy. It goes.
They own a pharmacy, gang. They own a pharmacy, gang. Not be able to just prescribe you to go to the pharmacy, but they own the whole goddamn pharmacy, gang. Hit the like button. Master stylist.
What you need, we got it.
Master Stylist.
I'm here.
They not just prescribing you to go to the pharmacy, gang, to be able to try to skip through the radar, hoping the pharmacy don't catch you. But they own the goddamn pharmacy, gang.
But another thing too, I peeped with that. Tampon also said that he was 150% sure that they was going to find the cocaine in Nolan's system. And how would he know that? But because with them being connected with the pharmacy, the doctors, the police department, him talking,
So you think it was implanted in his system?
I'm guaranteed they planted it. They had to.
But let's be logical. Let's be logical. We don't know, and we don't know if he was doing the sugar booger. You just didn't get with the white boy. Ain't no telling what he did on his summer vacation.
Hey, he could have. They was out there partying.
Could have been skiing too. He probably hit the ski. He probably wanted to hit the ski. He might have wanted to ski, gang.
The only reason I'm saying that because they said he was.
If you hanging with a bunch of white dudes, gang, you do black dudes that I know that hang with white dudes. They be doing acid.
Yep.
They be doing shrooms. They ain't no, and they look like they do shrooms and all of that shit. So ain't no telling what Nolan done tried, gang.
Now I'm just saying, you think being an athlete that's talking about he was going to camp the next day training, you think he would have did that though?
Say it again, Dr. E.
I'm saying by him being an athlete, he was a football player. Do you think that first day of training he's going to do that the day before or the weekend before training?
That part I don't know.
Right.
The mama did say the coach talked to him, and he was not altered in no type of way.
Yep. Master Stylist on point with that. She said it.
Yeah, so I just brought that in there to just kind of, not really justify what he did 100%, but at the same time.
Thank you for bringing that up too, Master Stylist.
Benefit of the doubt that he was an athlete and he was really geared toward football. I think according to his dad or whatever, that he wanted to take it to the next level, even though I think he's at a smaller school.
Back deeper than that because.
All right, let's go, y'all.
As George Patala Sr., which is Jax's.
Now let's see who he is.
Whose family owns a pharmacy. It goes back deeper than that because George Patala Sr., which is Jax's great-grandfather.
So Jack's great-grandfather, y'all. Now Jack's great-grandfather, that's the one sitting in the middle. This is great-grandfather.
Who is deceased. As it turns out, his great-grandfather was appointed and served on the staff of Mississippi Governor.
So he served on the staff, here those connection, with the Mississippi Governor Cliff Finch.
Cliff Finch. As you can see, I've confirmed Jax's relation to him. And as it turns out, Cliff Finch, well, he was in the Mississippi House of Representatives from 1960 to 1964 and supported racial segregation.
And Finch supported racial segregation. And guess what? That means that
the race was time.
Jack's dad stood behind that.
He was really saying about the racism thing, but that kind of shows that politics and racism and the history goes together. Nothing that we making up is right there in front of us.
And they saying that we racist? Stop it.
Yeah, remember we getting those comments, talking about we being racist and stuff. So I'm just kind of bringing it back with the history of how she connected. Look who was actually, a part of the racism. So you bring politics.
And what lines up perfect with that is to find a Tampon Tatum to be just as racist as they are against his own people.
It's about the money. You broke that down earlier. It's about the money. He's like playing a racial card. It's like, I know this may not be 100% right, but like I said about the 360 deals earlier with the music industry, he's gonna go ahead and sign that because he's looking out for himself.
Oh yeah, they say he get paid just for from what was that network I said he was connected to?
Dang, the network. Oh, you talking about? Oh, I don't remember. Oh, I'm sorry, y'all.
I know. I just got a brain.
We
What was
cooking
that?
so hard though. We cooking. But let me say this, y'all. Let me say this. Double tap the screen, y'all. We dropping gems for y'all tonight, y'all. Y'all can donate to the channel. Y'all can super chat. Throw me some jewels. It ain't gonna hurt you, y'all. I done dropped some gems for y'all. Y'all, come on, y'all. We got 200 some people still standing here. Y'all know we dropping it. And we dissecting everything like it needs to be. Give us some type of credit. So let's go, y'all. Let's look.
And backed the racist governor.
So he backed the racist governor. He didn't get caught up in it, but a lot of them went down.
To preserve segregation in the state. The federal grand jury conducted a 3-year-long investigation into his administration and several state agencies.
So we need to find out what feds went in there and did that. But them was some old feds, so we don't, I wish them guys came back in to see what the hell going on now. So let's go.
And they were all accused of corruption and mismanagement. Finch was never found guilty himself, but some of his aides and appointees were indicted. And those sort of political connections seem to trickle down through the generations, so now we know why the governor got involved. And I started looking into the lawyer that's handling the defamation case from the Bart family. So from 2015 to 2018, he was state director of Americans for Prosperity. Then in 2018 to 2020, he was vice president of Stand Together while being vice president of Americans for Prosperity. Stand Together is a Charles Koch nonprofit, and Americans for Prosperity is a libertarian
nonprofit money laundering
conservative political advocacy group affiliated with Charles Koch and David Koch. And if you don't know who the Koch brothers are,
I'm going to look into them and see if they cooked up with the Knights of Columbus. Y'all write that down.
They're fucking evil. Guess who's one of the major funders for Turning Point USA? Major donors for the Koch also are primary financial pillars for Turning Point USA, specifically their campus operations. And guess who used to serve as the director of urban engagement?
Now look who used to serve as urban engagement with them, y'all. Now look. And then look at that right there. That's what I want to stop at. Right fucking there. Former officer Brandon Tatum, known as Officer Tampon, was occasionally participated in, listen y'all, features at the community and pro-life charity events alongside local chapter of what, y'all?
So Columbus.
Here it is.
Now,
That's what I was trying to remember. Turning Point USA.
Now you see why they all are linked in and doing this platform and paying their chosen one to do the whole thing. And they think it's because they got the melanated skin that's going to pass for us. Okay.
There it is, y'all.
Like sellouts, man.
Oh, they highlighted it too, Band-Aid Gang. Knights of Columbus.
That's why I couldn't say we love this dude, because this dude is phony.
Knights of Columbus, y'all. We brought that to y'all. See, y'all looking at all the wrong places. Now we got you right where you need to be. That's what we track. That's what we track right there. That's why this shit right here is prolonged. Not that right there. And what this operation allegedly has going on. Now, do your own research. We're not saying we're right. We're not accusing or doing nothing like that. We just giving our opinion, doing our commentary under fair use, protected by Act 1.
So it kind of come down to these are some rich kids that are descendants of these people that we just broke down. And at the end of the day, they messed up and dropped the ball. But it's like the big question is, of course, they want to save their own children and the legacy. But at this point, they done messed up and dropped the ball. So somebody's going to have to be sacrificed or cut short, because if not, all this gets exposed that you already kind of brought to the table. And as you see, a few people know. So they got to do something quick. So what are they going to do? And like you said, they're using social media themselves to backtrack what they're doing, but as they unwinding it, it's like, dude, y'all being look what's going on. Everybody already know what the hell's going on. Do y'all know? You feel what I'm saying? And even you try to fix it, it's kind of too late. But really, the crunk people are just focusing on who murdered Nolan. But now that you start linking all this stuff together, it's going to be like, well, it's more reason that you guys will try to cover all this up. But somebody's going to have to take some charges regardless of Nolan is done. So who's going to be the ones going to give it up? And that's what I think the scramble is happening because nobody knows.
Probably Bart. Bart.
Somebody's going to have to be. So like you said earlier, if somebody comes up unalive or do a suicide note or something, then we'll know what happened to keep everybody else safe and everybody just going about their business. But if they don't, then it's going to be a problem. But I don't even think a suicide is going to be enough to do it because you already see that coming too.
Yeah, because a suicide gonna make people dig even more.
So somebody gonna have to. A couple gonna have to go down and take them charges. But who wants their son to go to prison for the next 30, 40 years when they supposed to continue the legacy and keep the thing going and the brotherhood going and all the other stuff they got going on? They dropped the ball, so all of them messed up where they can't continue the legacy. And as you see, ain't no females that's gonna really be involved. It's a boy thing. Boys club. So at the end of the day, it's like, well, all y'all have messed up. Every single one of y'all, this legacy that messed up. We ain't got nobody to carry it on. Basically, the fraternity's been shut down. So we're gonna find out how that goes. I just have to put that out there. Like, this is fraternity kind of thing. So now the chapter's gonna have to be disbunked or whatever for the next couple of years, or it is no more legacy because everybody that's tied into this are the sons and sons of sons and brothers. All of them messed up. But the leaders are here, they kind of still under the radar right now. To the fathers and the uncles.
That's why I won't no adult do no interview.
So somebody's son, so all them sons gonna have to go. Like, you're gonna do 25, you're gonna do 30, you're gonna do whatever. They may not get a life, but they're gonna probably get 30 years or something.
Cause somebody, if somebody gets pointed to do some time, they gonna talk. They gonna talk.
So here we go, y'all. Let's get this last piece in.
Number 2, why isn't anybody talking about this comment allegedly from Bart Edmiston saying, I just want you to know Nolan was a friend of mine. I want justice and the facts to come out. I just want you to know I live in Wyoming and have not been to Pass Christian for over a year. I agree.
Do you all remember when I showed you all that post?
Look at that, y'all.
You all remember I showed you all that post and I said, why would Bart lie and act like he hadn't been there in a year? And then his mother, Beth Edmiston, came out and snapped.
For Nolan and want the same as everyone else. Thank you for your support. This was super early in this case, in this investigation, before it blew up. Has anybody verified whether or not this was really Bart Edmiston's comment? And if not, who would have information about where Bart lives to know that he lives in Wyoming, plays football there, and that he would not be in Mississippi at this time, or that he would potentially not be at the scene of where Nolan Wells went missing? And why would they create a quote-unquote burner account to respond to people in comments? I don't believe this piece of evidence is talked about enough. We do know that very early on, after it blew up, after all of this, they all deactivated those social media accounts and went ghost completely off the internet. While
so Bart, you're gonna have to answer to this, gang. We're gonna have to answer to this, Bart, because this was taken a week before the 4th of July. That's what Warren said. So you gotta answer to this, Bart. You gotta answer why you in that pool like that, gang. Looking like he about to take your behind from you, gang. He ain't no hugging on none of them girls, gang. He hugging on you. He hugged. Did Nolan have a picture of this happening to you, gang? And seen the real picture of what this man was doing to you, gang? Or had some pictures of you? Or one of y'all getting done all type of ways? By another man's in them? By the man with you, the other lunatic looking mug over there? See, we got to get to the middle of this, gang. We got to get to the middle of this. So what we gonna do, that gang? I do got more. Let me see what I should cut it off right there and leave y'all in suspense. I tell you what. No, this is what we gonna do. This is what we gonna do, Band-Aid Gang. We gonna cause I got it. Fuck it. We gonna go all the way out. We gonna go all the way. We gonna go out with a bang, hell. And I'm gonna save some of this. I ain't gonna give you all of it. I'm gonna save some of it. Hit the like button, y'all. We here now. I'm gonna give y'all about another 30 minutes. So here it is, gang.
About 15. I got early.
All right, let's get to the quick meat and potatoes. Let's get to the meat and potato. Let's watch this a little bit. Stay on top of the game like the scoreboard.
To hit Nolan Wells' phone. Strikes again. This time, it's with robbery. Let's talk about it. Right here in this photo, we see this news article published in July of this year that allegedly the judge who hit Nolan's phone paid $100,000, or tried to anyway, to rule Nolan's death as accidental. Why?
We cooking.
There's nobody talking about this. Not only did she hide the phone, but she's also trying to bribe police. And yet she's still not arrested? Mississippi, FBI, what's going on? Because it seemed like there's selective enforcement here. It seems like y'all are not trying to hold building tonight, y'all. She was the one who had possession of Nolan's phone. And her son was one of the sons that was last spotted with Nolan. And then on top of that, here we are. She's allegedly bribing the police department to rule Nolan's death as an accident, willing to pay $100,000. $100,000. And yet, no arrest. Still? Yeah. It's time to get up in people's face.
So I instantly called with Christine on the phone, Javon.
So, track it now. But Javon was supposedly had left his phone on the boat and they had to go to the dock. Remember that, to give people their phone. So Javon has been accused after this for leaving his phone on the boat. Now, Javon mama calls him though. Listen, y'all.
I said no, he hadn't seen Nolan since early on the island. He was like, what? Are y'all serious? It was like, yes. And so Christine intervened in the conversation, said, Nolan has not been heard from since he left the island. So Javon was like, well, that's when I seen it. I haven't seen it since then. Again, everybody go their separate ways. So I then hang up from Javon because obviously there's nothing he can say to tell me anything. So then Jalen, I call him. Jalen did not answer the phone. Christine again is on the phone. Jalen did not answer the phone. LeBaron, I called. He didn't answer the phone.
We not ever just how I track. I ain't see not one lemon head out there on that island. I ain't seen one light-skinned lemon head dude on that island. I ain't seen no pictures. Why he ain't got no pictures, gang? I'm just saying.
I mean, because I was just thinking, is Javon giving up the whole truth?
Javon, why you ain't got no pictures on the island?
I think he's being threat. I think
you ain't got one picture with your homie on the island, gang.
Art on their opinion. 1, 2.
Your best friend, Javon, you ain't got a picture with Nolan on the island, gang. He back from college. Y'all ain't kicking it.
And he
How
kind of
you
got
get
that
out there in the first place? You said you didn't hang with them people. You don't be out there, but you out there.
He got that face that look like he know more too. Look where
exactly. Yeah. And then too, maybe mom don't want him to get caught up in it, but I doubt very seriously if he told Nolan's mom the whole truth. Because when they asked him, do he think it was racially motivated, and he said he'd rather not say.
First of all, your last name down here is Rodriguez. You supposed to be on our side, unless you white with Mexican relatives, Rodriguez. You gotta, it's a must that you catch up. Don't come over here or we gonna shoot you to the moon, gang. You disrespect my chat. Don't come over here disrespecting my chat, gang. Or I'm gonna put you up on up out of here. And you can find you somewhere else to go. But till then, that's all I ask you. You got it? Or I have everybody put some rocket ships. Everybody put a rocket in the chat. You came over here disrespecting my chat, gang. That's what you did. Everybody was over here chilling. People that didn't like it, they wasn't saying stupid stuff. So just be careful, gang. They'll shoot you to the moon, gang. Don't disrespect my chat. Them people over there just rocking the show. So now here it is, gang. Thank you for the rocket in the chat, y'all. We want all rockets in the chat. We're gonna knock your drawers off up in here real quick. I've been nice. Now let's go, y'all. So let's go.
I call LeBaron, which is their other friend, LeBaron Broomfield. He answered. He said, Jalen is in the gas station. Hold on. So he said, hey, Jalen, Mom on the phone. So I was like, Jalen, like, what's up, Mom? What's going on? I was like, hey, have y'all heard from Nolan? They said, no, we have not heard from Nolan.
But where was the phone?
So I was like, well, okay. So that's when we started tracking the phone.
Now look.
Well, for Christine, it said one.
They tracking the phone, y'all. They tracking the phone. And so is Morgan and Wyatt. They tracking the phone too. So they know they coming, right? So look, but they tracking.
Place.
At this time, Jax is in the room in a whole ball. He balled up because he know they coming.
But for them, on Snapchat, it showed another place. So that's the place we went to. And it showed that everybody that was in the house, it was like a lot of people there. Like
hit the like button, gang. Thank y'all for the rockets in the chat. There was what, gang?
A whole lot of people in the house.
There was a whole lot of people. I want y'all to stay right there in that house. Because the house was what we just watched. It was at Jax's grandparents' house. The big house. The place where they was at the night before.
Is that where they took that picture?
Mm-hmm. Allegedly.
Allegedly. Okay.
So, the night before they stayed at Jack's house. Jack's house is that big house we just seen. With the boat. His grandparents' house. So is that the man that Warren was upstairs talking to, his granddad or something? The grandparent? Was that the grandparent that they was talking to? Or was they not talking to nobody? But that's the place where they were going to party that they using alleged Ava's name. So let's continue the track. So now we know we're going to play it again. And we're going to listen to their story. It was a bunch of people there. Listen, y'all. This is what we do.
Chat, it showed another place. So that's the place we went to. And it showed that everybody that was in the house, it was like.
So, did you hear what she said, Band-Aid Gang? She said on Snapchat, it showed that he was at another place. Over here, at Snapchat. But the Snapchat was gone when Nolan Mama got the phone. Am I right or wrong? Can I get an amen, church?
Amen.
It was gone, church. Church, it was gone. The whole Snapchat was gone, gang. Because allegedly, that's how they was tracking. Did I mention that? Them boys was tracking him and tracking them on their way through Snapchat. So that is one of the reasons that they needed to get it out, get the phone deleted, because it's going to show that they was on Nolan's phone watching them. So as we continue, they in the same house, y'all. They in the same house.
So that's the place we went to. And it showed that everybody that was in the house, it was like a lot of people there.
It was a lot of people there.
Like it was, I'm not familiar with all the kids. I only
not familiar with all the kids because that was the party spot. That's where they was going to pop the fireworks and go swimming at.
know, like one on there, but it showed that the phones at what a lot of people were at. So that's how we knew where to go to. We went there. They were all there. They were
all there. Not just Warren, Wyatt, Morgan, and Jax.
In there, lights off, watching TV.
Did they immediately give you the phone? Because
they did. They gave me the phone, but it took about 15 minutes to get the phone. Because I even asked. I'm like,
it took 15 minutes to give them the phone. You know why? Because Warren, Wyatt, and Morgan was on their way with the phone, and they had to wait till they got there. Let's continue.
Did y'all have to walk back to Horn Island to get the phone, or like where's the phone? Because it took so long when they said it was when Wyatt told me it was in his truck. It took him so long to get the phone back to me. So when they brought the phone back,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Tashima. I want to hear that.
When they brought the phone, after I said something about it, he was like, "Well, she's going to get it." I was like, "Who's going to get it?" He's like,
"So now it's a girl that's going to get it." They never mentioned that there was a girl at the house, and we gonna get to that.
The girl's gonna get the phone, and they sent me to his house, which that boat had never even been in the water. Wyatt did. I never even really talked to Warren. The whole time I was in the house, I spoke with Wyatt. Wyatt is the one who had the phone that supposedly was in his truck.
Told you Wyatt had the phone. It was in the truck. She didn't talk to Warren, but Warren said he wasn't there, so clearly Warren was there.
Whoever. But Wyatt is who I talked to. I never talked to Warren. I'm not sure why Warren is doing that, but I turned the camera around directly on Wyatt and told my sister outside somewhere. They said it was in the truck. I'm not sure where it was at. It took them at least 15 minutes to bring me the phone. By this time, the boys will start, because Wyatt started getting jazzy at the mouth. So my son Jalen was like, "Hey, you better watch your tone. Like, don't get smart, my mama."
Right.
Because we trying to see what Nolan, because we trying to figure out why y'all see y'all ass up here chilling and Nolan missing. So that's why I asked again, where's the phone? She's gone. That's when he told me she was gonna get it. I said, "Oh, she must have to go back to Horn Island truck outside." Now, mind you, we had to pass all the cars to walk in the house. It's just it's a bunch of lies. I don't feel the need to, like I said, when they go to the mentioning Javon, I'm gonna say and stand up behind mine every single time. As far as me and that nutty shit, I don't feel the need to explain anything to any of y'all.
Raccoon, you want us to trust these people for a fair trial, bro? No, Officer Raccoon, you want us to trust the same people that took pictures like this after they murdered our people in Mississippi? No, Officer Raccoon, you want us to trust the same people, bro, that created the Devil's Punch Bowl in Mississippi. If you know, you know. No, Officer Raccoon, I need you to answer me, brother. You want us to trust the same FBI that used William O'Neal just to murder Fred Hampton, bro? A man that was feeding people, a man that was helping people. He was just feeding black people. He was feeding everybody, bro. And they murdered him. The FBI infiltrated the Black Panthers. But I never seen the FBI infiltrate the KKK.
Exactly.
I never seen the FBI arrest the KKK, bro.
Exactly.
I never seen that.
Because they're the KKK.
You want us to trust the same racist people, the same racist officials in Mississippi, the same ones that was caught with KKK items in a government building back in March. I can go on and on. So, Officer Raccoon, you can tap that over and over.
Yeah, but that would do.
You, the FBI, are Mississippi, bro. And guess what? The rabbit hole gets even deeper. Check this out. Nola's mother said while she was looking for her missing son, the Coast Guard, Ocean Springs Police, Jackson County Sheriff's Department, and Mississippi Department of Marine Resources gave her the runaround and showed no sense of urgency. Make that make sense. And in the words of Teddy Pendergrass, the whole town's laughing at you. Silly fool, how'd you lose such a good thing? Officer Raccoon, we still laughing at you, brother. I don't care how many times you interview them white boys. I don't care how many I love Jesus hats you wear. I don't care how much you tap dance for Massa over and over.
Yabba dabba doo.
They gave this mother the runaround.
Generation ain't going for that.
Exactly.
Everybody know, bro. They know who murdered her son.
Exactly.
They gave her the runaround just so them white boys can buy time with Nolan Wells' body.
Exactly.
I'm telling y'all, bro, all these people on the same team. That's why we don't have the autopsy. It's almost 2 months, and we still don't have the autopsy.
And they can't.
We're on the same team.
Exactly.
The sheriff.
Yep.
The commissioner of public safety.
Yep.
The governor.
Yep.
The medical examiner.
Did I say that?
Officer Raccoon, and I can go on and on, bro. I keep telling y'all, it's levels to the racism in Mississippi. I keep telling y'all, the game is cold. Some people may question whether Officer Tatum has connections to federal law enforcement because he is a former police officer and has gotten access to interview people connected to an open investigation.
And
make that make sense. And like I asked earlier, Officer Raccoon, what them people got on you, brother? I mean, you call yourself a journalist. How? You talking down on Nolan's mother. You call yourself a journalist, but you're picking sides. You're not a journalist. You really a job talking. Now, for real, you know what? Keep talking.
They've been called every name.
Or y'all tell the truth. And look, the days of y'all hiding racism behind religion, the days of y'all hiding racism behind politics are over. Because in 2026, we exposing Mississippi. And guess what? I love that shit.
I love it too, brother.
So, Band-Aid Gang, let's do one more thing before I get ready to close out. There was a whole bunch of people at the house. So take what I give you and run with it, okay? Because we're going to drop nothing but the truth. So now we go back. We find out and we show everybody that they never left the house. So who is this person, gang? Who is Eva and all of that, gang? They at the same house. That's what the Band-Aid gang seeing. That they are.
So you want to start a podcast, but you're not sure how.
Hold on.
Riverside's got you covered. First, go to riverside.com and open an account. And when you're ready,
hit the like.
Over to investigators.
Girls that came on the boat brought. And his first words was, he picks up the camera and he goes, "We got to take a picture."
Let's go.
The first things I said to her, with multiple witnesses here, pull up the phone call if you want. She said, "Oh, well, Nolan's location is with y'all at, where the house we were at." And I was like, "Well, no, he left his phone with us."
Well, the house where you were at. The location, listen, y'all, is showing that the house that you were at. Well, tell us why they came to Jack's house then, gang. That you were at? See, you're trying to switch the story. So let's go.
I told her this. She knew for a fact that we had his phone, and she knew that I told her, yeah, he left it on the boat with us. Like, a bunch of people did. And so I want to make that very clear that I told Miss Christine There was no reason to hide anything. There was no issue regarding the cell phone. She could have came and picked it up, but instead she sent one of her friends to come pick it up, and that's where these things start to get twisted. But no, there was never an issue with the phone. I told Miss Christine, one of the first things I told her was, we have no one's phone, and that's where that ends. There was no issues with the phone or the keys. So I wanted to make that clear.
So was the keys on the boat with the phone?
No, the
Okay.
keys were
They're at my house.
at Jax's house because we all stayed there.
Bingo.
I'm sure if I would have left my truck at Jax's house, I would have left my keys there too. Because
It's just one more thing to think about on the boat.
if I don't have my car, there's just no point of bringing it. Because if I lose them, then just more stuff to bring down.
Yeah.
Very excited.
So I want you guys to explain this phone thing. I think Warren already addressed the fact that he told Christine that he had the phone in his possession. So, the whole Life 360 thing is not adding up as far as what you're saying to me compared to what they're saying. Now, how did whoever came and get the phone, how did they get in
Now,
touch?
mind you, he just said earlier, this is how you know a lie gonna fuck itself up. He said earlier that, Warren, we know you wasn't at the house when they came to get the phone. But clearly Warren replied, no, yeah, you're right, I wasn't at the house. But you're there. And y'all did this on national fucking TV on YouTube and think we wouldn't catch you? It's undefeated, gang.
You guys, and how did they get the phone back?
So I got a call from a kid we went to high school with. He called me just asking me questions. He saw people posting on Snapchat, like the picture that was circulating. And he called and he was asking questions. He was like, where's Nolan?
He saw a picture, now we on their ass, on Snapchat. So Warren's Snapchat was still on his phone. There it is. Did I mention that? I must let that part out. See, it take me, I'll be your tour guide on this case. So now we're seeing that Nolan's Snapchat is active, right? Because we know that Javon mama said it took him right where they at. So let's continue.
When's the last time y'all seen him? And then he was like, so where are y'all at? And I told him, I said, we're at Jax's house. And then Warren got on the phone and I don't know. So
see, that's why he just passed the mic, because he got the phone. He got the phone. And now they tracking they ass. That's when Jack's gonna freak out.
So they come to my house.
Look,
right?
they come to Jack's house because that's where it showed him. And see, Morgan, which is hiding that he is Warren's brother, had the phone with Wyatt. They tracking.
And they kind of
hold on before we get there.
See?
Was it confrontational or was it just
most
trying to
definitely.
find?
Most
It was
definitely.
confrontational
Yeah,
already.
wouldn't y'all agree?
Yeah.
He was
like-
110%.
He was very
confrontational.
And when did this
Hostile.
happen?
Yeah, he
Was
was really
this on the night
hostile.
of the 4th or the next?
But Warren, you said you wasn't there when they came to come get the phone. That's what Officer Tatum just worked for us and helped us solve this case. Because now Officer Tatum is really catching you up, because he got you to admit that you wasn't at the house. Hey, y'all, don't come. Hey, we need you, Officer. Officer Tatum is really helping us, gang.
Just don't say you love him. All right, let's keep going.
Officer Tatum is really helping us, gang. He's helping me help you. Because what he did, he asked earlier. I just played it. So, Warren, when they came to get this phone, you made it clear that you wasn't at the house, Warren, when they actually came to get the phone. And Warren said, correct. So how are you there now then, gang? Make it make sense.
This was the night when this was before they came and got the phone.
So this is the night of the 4th, yes.
So you had already spoke to Christine.
Correct.
And then you get a call.
He's letting you know he's confused himself, but he working for the money. He know it's some bullshit going on. He just trying to keep them cash apps and all them donations coming in. You can tell how he reacting that he knows something wrong.
Yeah.
Call that was hostile.
Yeah, and then Morgan handed the phone over to me.
Morgan hands the phone over to Warren. Warren, we thought you wasn't there. So now Morgan hands the phone over to Warren.
When I was like, oh, let me talk to him, because I knew the guy. And I was just like, hey, like, he was like, where y'all at? Where y'all at? I was like,
So they tracking. There's no girls in the house at all. We ain't hearing about no girls, no nothing. But you wasn't there at the house, Warren. You're going to have to answer to that. Because the prosecution going to play when Tatum asked you and you said you wasn't at the house. But now you got the phone after Morgan tracked to see that they on their way to the house. See, they know they on their way to the house.
like, we're at Jackson's house, you know, it's like calm down. And then he hung up on me, and then
okay, so
So what does that tell you, Band-Aid gang?
Wow.
I got you. I beat him. Ooh, guess what I just did?
Even Tampon, he even know they lying. I mean, he's going with it because he just trying to get paid, but he knows bullshit from a cop's perspective. You know this is bullshit.
That phone ain't in no goddamn truck. That phone right there in their hand, gang. Let's go.
They pull up to my house.
They pull up.
And at this point, I'm kind of freaking out. We're all trying to put our heads together on where Nolan is.
They pull up. You don't hear nothing about Javon's mama. Listen, y'all.
And I kind of like isolate myself.
But remember, it's a whole bunch of people in the house. She said a whole bunch of people. It's supposed to be girls there and everything. So when they get there, right? Listen.
Myself in my room, just kind of getting a ball and just lose it, kind of basically for a few hours.
Why did you get in the room and go ball up in a ball if y'all just got the phone and hand it out? You scared y'all finna get caught for some shit because you know they on your ass.
And he said for a few hours. He didn't say for a few minutes. He didn't say 30 minutes.
He said a few hours, y'all.
I think he's trying to delete stuff. He's on
which
that
letting
phone.
you know, really letting you know. He trying to say he handed the phone off. Come on, gang. Stop playing with us. This dude, Morgan, ain't even at the house yet. That's what y'all missing. That's why he's saying for a few hours. Listen, y'all. They throwing the time off.
And they just walk into my house.
They walk in.
You know. And I hear all this commotion going on in my living room, and I'm just like, what in the world is going on? So I walk out there, and there's probably like 10, 15 people in my house I don't even know. And they're all up in our faces, going crazy, asking where Nolan is, and we don't know. And finally they get into Wyatt's face, and they're like, where's your boat? Where's the boat at?
Demanding his address.
Demanding his address and stuff like that.
A few hours to
And
a few minutes.
he finally ends up giving it to him. And then let me go ahead and state that while they're there, we give them the phone. They have the phone at this point. Then they get the address to his house. Then they go to his house. And they're searching all over his boat, what I heard and stuff like that. Well, anyways, I don't really know much about that, but they come back to my house at around.
How do you not know much about that? Now, Wyatt allegedly can be at the house because she said she was there. That she said that Wyatt was there. So let's go back and scratch the little piece that we said before. So Wyatt is there. Okay, so we're going back to that. So now we need to be looking for what? So we scratched the part saying that Wyatt and Morgan was on their way. So Wyatt is there, and even the girl said it. So we're going to scratch that part. But we still at the same house. We at a house that got a bunch of girls there too. Now let's go. But we're not hearing no girls.
Around 1 o'clock in the morning. And it's his dad this time. And his dad's being really respectable, really, really nice to me and stuff.
Now the daddy come right back, gang, to the same house. The party house. Where they never left. Because he balled up in the room for a couple of hours, gang. So they never left. They never left. So where is Eva? Where's Ava at? Where's Ava house that they was partying at? It was at his house, gang. They never left. Let's continue.
Like that, and as long as another friend of theirs, and he's asking me like, where are the keys at? I don't even know where Nolan's keys are at in my house. You know how hard it is to find a set of keys in a house and you don't even know where to start? It's pretty hard. So I start scrambling around my house looking. There's stuff everywhere.
They never mentioned that a girl came back. They skip because he was meant to skip that part. They would never mention the girl came and gave them their phone and told the phone was in. Skipped the whole part about saying the phone was in the truck. They skipped all of that, game. They skipped the phone was in the truck and that a girl came out. We never heard. We only hearing about big guys there. They don't want to say it was a woman there being peaceful. They want to feel like they was being bombarded by a bunch of thugs. No woman, but there was a woman there.
All these people stayed the night at my house before.
The people stayed at his house the night before, and they came right back to party in your pool, your grandparents' pool.
Through everything, I can't find the keys. I run back to his father or stepfather, and I was like, I don't know where the keys are. And the guy standing next to him's texting somebody. I guess I was at my house, and
we beat you. I thought they went to Warren's house to go get the keys. You see how they ended up back at his house again for the keys, gang? They back at his house again for the keys. But when they going over Wyatt's house, gang, they was over at Wyatt's house checking the boat and all that. Okay, they called back and they want the keys.
And the phone, man.
Why they didn't give up the keys and they see a whole car? Why is Nolan whole car sitting in the yard and there ain't nobody asked for Warren keys, gang? Nolan keys? Let me get the keys. My brother, his car out here too. Let me get the keys. His car, they gotta leave and come back to get the keys? Let's continue.
He said that they're on the Xbox. So I run in, I see him on the Xbox, grab him off the Xbox.
So let's go back. Who said that it's on the Xbox?
I guess I don't know where the keys are. And the guy standing next to him's texting somebody. I guess I was at my house. And I
guess I was at my house.
That's what part we went over yesterday, meaning that he broke that down, that he's saying, I guess that was at the house. That's what he worded.
Okay.
Scrambling around my house looking. There's stuff everywhere. Keep in mind, all these people stayed the night at my house before. I'm looking through everything. I can't find the keys. I run back to his father or stepfather, and I was like, I don't know where the keys are. And the guy standing next to him's texting somebody.
And the guy standing next, this the funny part. It's not one of their friends, but it's a guy that's standing next to them, gang, that texts somebody and automatically that know them, that knows that the keys are on top of, that's not adding up to me, gang. Who is the guy standing next to his dad that's texting someone that he don't want to give up the name, and all of a sudden this guy then got in touch with somebody that knows the keys are on top of the Xbox? Bring these motherfuckers in for goddammit prosecution.
Let me say this right quick. Let me get this part in. This is what we talked about yesterday. All these people basically were there partying. I mean, everybody basically, just say the whole school, people they went to their high school, everybody was there at that party. That's why he don't know everybody that was there, because he knows some people from his high school. He knows some people. Everybody was there. And Nolan was there too, but he left his car there and he left his keys there. So the whole point was, whoever was texting was like, man, he probably left the keys on the Xbox. We was playing the Xbox yesterday. So they all kind of with the dad, you know what I'm saying, texting back and forth, and then they like, hey, the keys on the Xbox. So we're not getting all these names because he don't either know the names or either he don't want to drop the names. You know how they do with the buddy thing. So we already kind of know that. So we can't read too much into all this going around and I don't know who this was and this. At the end of the day, they knew where them keys were because they was there. That's we just got to just forward that part. So that's what it was.
I can go with that. Okay, so now we're gonna continue.
Yeah, keep rolling.
Good job, Dr. E.
I guess I was at my house, and they said he said that they're on the Xbox. So I run in, I see him on the Xbox, grab him off the Xbox, and I go in.
But they said that a female had said it on the other story.
Just when the lies don't match up.
Hand it to him. It's plain and simple. Didn't even take 30 seconds.
No trouble.
No trouble at all.
So this narrative that they're pushing that there was any argument over the phone or the keys is completely false. Like, let's get that clear.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they just kind of hang around my house, taking pictures of all the cars' license plate in the driveway, stuff like that. And so
When you say they, how many people are here this time?
Like 15.
15 people that you don't know?
They had 4 or 5 vehicles.
So there's a lot of cars in his driveway.
I mean, I knew some of them
Fully
I went to high
speaking.
school with, and then some of them I just didn't know.
Now, walk me through this. How do you think it got to this point so fast? That's one thing that I'm curious about. Like, you got
jumping to conclusion.
I guess so. I mean,
That's plain and simple.
They went and searched Wyatt's boat.
Yeah, they went and searched Wyatt's boat.
Like
Like
we're
we're hiding them in there or
hiding
something.
Nolan in his boat or something. Like, what is wrong with
Yeah.
him? Like,
Yeah, 100%.
You searched one boat, but there were 2. And the other boat y'all took off the land that we don't know where that boat is. So they probably just searched the wrong boat, allegedly.
We called law enforcement. I was with Wyatt at the time after we left Jax's house that night. I was with Wyatt, and one person we were with saw that their location was actually headed towards Wyatt's house.
So somebody that they went knew that how the hell they with somebody that knows exactly where they're going? Who they tracking? They're tracking, whoever it is tracking Nolan's phone.
And they didn't know. They didn't know that the tracker was on it. Like, wait a minute, somebody's watching this.
They
Everybody
tracking
realized-
Nolan's phone right now, so this shows that Nolan's phone was still on. Because how are they tracking some people that they don't know, gang? They looking at Nolan's phone, bro.
Exactly. And they got it. And they admit they had it. So, they sitting right there. They admitted right there in front of all of us, right there in this interview, that they had his phone the whole time. All this little crew right here. Keys too. And they didn't even know what was going on. But at the end of the day, it was
And
all
why
they
do they
possessed.
even give a fuck where they're going next, gang? Why still be tracking them? Y'all gave the phone up and everything else. Why y'all still tracking them, gang? That part.
And so Wyatt got on the phone with 911 and was like, hey, these people are on the way to my house or already at my house. My mom and my dad are there alone, and they know nothing about this. But Wyatt's mom actually, when they were looking at the boat, they were actually walking from the boat, and she came out and started talking to them at that point.
But
did police get involved in some degree here?
Yes, that's what I'm about to get into. So whenever they were at my house hanging out, just, I guess, hanging out in my front yard, finally they wouldn't leave. And one of the people there came up and started banging on the door again for whatever reason, I don't know. My brother actually had to call the cops. And I think they came around 2:00 in the morning and removed them from our property. And after that, we really haven't spoken to them since. But yeah, we had to call the cops and make them leave.
The cops came, you told them to leave, and then is there anything else that you addressed with the cops while they were there?
Yeah, so the cops were asking me why these people are at my house in the first place. And I told them straight up, we don't know where our friend is at. I don't know where my best friend's at. These people don't know where their friend's at. We're trying to figure it out. And they're basically assuming that we did something to our friend, which we didn't. And He's said okay, just taking notes, and then remove them from there.
Do you think that this had anything to do with race at this point? Meaning that they approached you because of race, or they approached you because you were the last people with
No. So at this point, at this point, they just want answers. I don't think this was about race at this point. They're mad and furious, and they don't know what's going on.
But I also want to get this straight. Like, I know some of these people, and these people are like good people.
Yeah.
And I went to high school with these guys. Like, they know me and I know them, and they know my friends and they know them. This wasn't about race. They just knew for a fact that no one went on the boat with us. And they were worked up, and that's okay. And they were mad, but that wasn't handling things. That wasn't trying to help. You getting mad isn't helping anything. But instead of solving the problem and trying to figure out, hey, where is Nolan? They were just getting pissed off and not handling things the right way. And I mean, that's what happened.
You guys said you ended up going and looking for Nolan the next morning, but you said you were thinking about doing it that night.
Yes.
And why didn't you do it that night?
So we already called the Coast Guard at this point. We didn't have access to a boat that was already in the water ready to go, other than one that I'm just not allowed to use at all. And I was still this close to taking it out. I mean, I was right there.
So you guys go the next morning, you look for Nolan. Can you explain how did that happen? Who was looking for Nolan? Who was on the boat? Was it
multiple boats?
Okay, can you explain that? Who was out of this group? Who was on what boat, or who was on a boat or not, going out and looking for Nolan?
So me, Wyatt, and Trayson got in the boat. We got in the Palm Beach that morning, the morning after, and we rode out to the islands, and we were met by a DMR. It was 7 DMR boats already out there, DMR and park rangers. We talked to them. We gave them all of our information. They personally asked if any of us were on the boat with him that day. We told them yes. They just said, all right, well, I mean, we got the area scoped out. I mean, and then after that, we just went up to the beach. I think we met up with y'all in the water.
I took my boat out with Jax and a couple friends of mine, and then my mom and my stepdad. And
they were out there too with you?
Correct. And I just met Morgan and Wyatt and Trayson and his girlfriend out there. And we actually, when I rolled up, I parked up next to Morgan and everybody who was with him. And I was like, well, y'all can run around, or we all planned this out. Morgan was going to run around the south side while we covered the north side. And we were just going to try to cover as much ground as possible. But I mean, there were so many DMR boats and helicopters and drones and everything else out there. I don't really know what an 18 and a 25-foot bay boat is really going to do. So, I mean, we sat out there. We went for a couple hours and we looked around and we searched, but we also don't fit the requirement that DMR has and the tools that DMR and United Cajun Navy and all these departments have
to come out there and drop off a body, allegedly. And that's why the cameras noticed that the weather went wrong. The drones all of a sudden came out of the sky. They couldn't use the drones anymore. Y'all heard the story. They didn't want them drones getting that camera footage on who really was out there. How do we know who really was out there?
And that Triton boat, why they didn't take that one out there? That's the biggest one boat, right? Why they went on the smaller boat? He said the Palm Beach or whatever it's called. And then that bigger boat.
Really know who was out there?
Where was that Triton boat at? Where did they take it to?
That's the one they took off. So, gang, we on ahead. We on ahead. And I will update y'all the day after tomorrow. And guess what? You know I'm going to find something. I'm going to find something. I'm not going to tell y'all what I'm on, but I'm already on something. Now we know they lied. Y'all saw it in real time that he said he wasn't at the house. Not one time in this conversation did they mention Javon's mama. Not one time. And he said he wasn't there. But where were you at, gang? And notice, they never mentioned how many people was in that house. But it was a whole bunch of people. Because they never left that house, gang. They planned and plot and strategized at that house for hours. And that's why he sat in that ball for hours. There it is, gang. Now, all we got is what they saying against each other. We know it's all of them work together, crooked police. And the only thing that we got is them being able to catch these guys in their lies. More people coming out. That's all that we got. Otherwise, they're going to play in our face. And we need the autopsy. We need the back of the head. That's proof right there. But we need the autopsy. That's all we got, gang. And what we have exposed on social media. Otherwise, they're going to try to slip through the radar, play in our face, let these guys walk innocent to cover up the cover up. And everybody going to goddamn allegedly pray that they don't. But it's going to be some crazy stuff going the street. Because a lot of people ain't finna let that happen. With that being said, y'all, hope y'all enjoyed the show. I want to thank you, Master Stylist, for coming up. I love your feedback. We'll be glad to have you up here again. I want to thank the chat. Thank y'all for staying. Thank y'all for listening. Again, do your own research. Y'all go ahead and look into the Knights of Columbus. And y'all, it's a serious cover-up, gang. And hey, we just revealing the information. Everything is alleged. We just want the truth. We're not accusing nobody. We want the truth. We see that there is a cover-up. With that being said, y'all, hope y'all enjoyed the content, y'all. Thank y'all very much. See y'all again. Make sure y'all double tap the screen, hit the like button if that's anything to manipulate this algorithm so our video can get out there and get heard. They can know about these Knights of Columbus. They can do their own research, and maybe we can get these people exposed. With that being said, God bless y'all. Be thankful that y'all above the ground instead of under it. I know it get hard out here, but we all going through the same thing together, and that's called life. Peace and love. God bless you all. Justice for Nolan Wells and his family. Keep them safe, Lord. Watch over them. Keep them safe. Keep the people that's safe. And the people, Lord, we just ask you that more people come out. We pray to the ancestors that more people come out. And they coming out day to day. Thank you, TikTok. Thank you, YouTube. I'm C-Dub. Mr. I ain't said a word, but you know what I'm saying? And I said, damn. Thank you for coming through, Mike. Thank you, Band-Aid Gang. Peace and love, everybody. Thank you, Dr. E, for being just the doctor that you is and breaking this shit down. We love you. Justice for Nolan Wells. Peace. We out. Band-Aid Gang.
Love you.